Well, hello there. Why, hello there. I honestly, I don't really know. I'm super tired. I'm way out of it. I'm doing my best, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hello. More Elden Ring today. Gonna be exploring around the Halig tree. Apparently, it's an area I found last stream, and I don't really know what to make of it. There's apparently gonna be Mikola, but he wasn't there. He was somewhere else. But he's also over here, I guess. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We're pulling up the game here, and then once we're ready, we'll go ahead and hop on in. But holy cow. What a wild few weeks I have ahead of me here. Going into April, I guess. It doesn't feel like it, but April's April. It's here already. A few more days. Crazy. Not looking forward to April. Basically, trying to get like in short. Kind of unfortunate. My classes are starting up again for my college, and gonna be a lot of work this time around. Got a crazy math class lined up. The other class I'm taking is easy, just like a communications course. Those are easy, but not super looking forward to not super looking forward to the shenanigans that are going to be going on with the math class. Just gonna pass a little time and lure some invaders in for a couple minutes, and I'll get warmed up before I go exploring the tree. There's probably got to be something over here to the north. I feel like there's got to be like, no, there's these ruins over here. We'll have to go check that out. Alas, we wait. We wait. What's he doing? Like slow walking. Gonna emote to each other. It's just the way of life nowadays. Oh, we're bowing too? Why not? Why not? We gotta watch out for the thrusts. Whoa, that was actually pretty cool. I haven't seen that before. Yeah, that's pretty scary. That thrust is crazy. Holy cow. I like that. I like to actually see somebody running around utilizing that thrust. It doesn't see a lot of love. We have another hunter, which means I have another invader somewhere, huh? I wonder where he's gonna be. I guess... I guess he returned to his world. I guess we're good. Okay, let's go explore up north real quick, and then we're gonna head up to the Halig tree. I get the feeling there's got to be something obviously hidden in the middle of this area that I probably just won't see because I'm blind. Okay. Anastasia Tarnished Eater. Is this a NPC probably? Yeah, it is. Holy cow, that hurt. That's a lot of damage. Very aggressive. This is a very aggressive phantom. Well, now I'm almost dead. Ooh, a somber. Okay, that was totally worth it. That's a plus 10 for the upgrade material. That's nice. I guess let's go heal up and then we'll go run back over to the north. Just got to get that little NPC invasion out of the way, I guess. I knew there was gonna be something out here for me to miss. Like, you gotta explore around, otherwise you don't run into the random encounters. I kind of feel like I need to make a point of running around at nighttime everywhere, too. I feel like there's gonna be some hidden stuff out at nighttime or something. Well, this one's fast. Where did it go? Must try things at night too. Hey, how's it going, Hermit? Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, I remember there was that night cavalry in Limgrave that I remember fighting at some point. Ah, it curled early. Oh. Big old bird of death in your face. Oh, yeah. I know exactly how you mean. There we go. White Shadow's Lure. That actually sounds really neat. What is it? A cult? Hold armament in a brief silent prayer to create a white shadow. The apparition lures in foes of human build who are not in combat, drawing their aggression. Effective on demi-humans even if they are already in a combat state. That's actually kind of neat. They basically have a lure stone kind of thing. Yeah, no, I remember there was one area. I need to go back there at some point if I remember. I think it was over at the Church of Vows or whatever, the place with the Turtle Pope. I went there at night and I got invaded by a crazy NPC or something. He was after my bell bearings. I'm like, oh no. This is not ideal. Oh, there's one of these over here. Oh god. All right, this is pretty crazy. Ow. Come on, sir. I'm just here to trim your barnacles. Whoa there, whoa there. Rude. Don't you guys prefer it when you get somebody to trim your barnacles off your feet? Like, I can't really relate to why this guy gives me such a fuss every time. So rude. I'm trying to do him a favor. Maybe he's been collecting. It seems that way. Huh. Hey, Abad, how you doing? I'm doing well, thanks for asking. I've been, experiencing some, not necessarily existential dread, but, I've been pretty anxious, actually. I got, my college courses are starting back up, and, a couple of these classes look pretty intimidating. So, they just started today. So I've been avoiding it for this evening. Tomorrow, I am actually going to take a real look at it and have a go. But I'm like, it just opened, like just started today. Ignore it. Just for today. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I hope. I really should go take a look at it though. What can you do? Yeah. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. I'm going to need it. One of them's a math class and I'm like, I know how to do math, but I don't remember math. Like, I don't remember all of the, I don't remember all of the formulas. Like, math doesn't telegraph like a Dark Souls boss. You gotta, like, you don't just, like, look at it and then, like, know what it does. You have to learn about it, and then you have to fight it without ever actually fighting it the whole time. Did my game freeze? We just don't want to load. It's taking its time. We'll give it a moment. Honestly, Abad, that's kind of how I feel though. Like, just show them my Dark Souls 1 PvP skills. Just like, show them all sorts of like, yeah, but I'm an entertainer. I'm an artist. I don't need math. They'd be like, do it anyway. No, sir. No. I don't want to do it. Oh, well. No, it really is good to see though, bot as well. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think my game's dead. Doesn't want to load. The teleportation has ruined us. I guess I'll just exit out the game. We're exiting out the game because I can't help it. Come on, Elden Ring. I know you're not responding, but like, stop not responding. I'm not sure the right way to phrase that. Please respond. All right. Try loading it back up now. And thank you. I put it together myself. I took some time about a month or two ago, and I'm like, well, what do I want to play with? And I kind of came up with this. And then I've done a few little iterations on it, and I've just been putting a little bit of work on it on my own, like in the come on, Elden Ring. You don't need to synchronize the Steam cloud. Play it anyways. We're good. Yeah, like it's weird putting together certain things. I can do that. Math, I don't want to do it. It just takes me forever. That's like the way math is taught. They don't want you to get the right answer. They just want you to do a quiz and pass the test. They don't want to teach you anything. They just want you to prove that you know it. That's one of my biggest problems with the education system, at least here in the good old US. Like, they just want to prove, they want me to prove that I know the material, not teach me it. And it's like, please, teach me. I will learn. I can learn. They're like, no, what's like, shoot, they tell me things like, I still just gotta say, obviously this is like not the most complicated math thing in the whole world, but I go back and I look at some things and I'm like, math is insane. Like, it's literally insane. They're like, all right, here's an equation. You ready? It's like 14x minus 11y plus like 15 equals 0. Now tell me the slope of the line. And it's just like, what kind of insane nonsense is that? This is a whole person. What is a whole person doing here? Hello? He's breathing. Oh, Latina.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinorics. Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose.
Huh. Oh.
Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
That's actually kind of cool. I don't really know what that was, but cool. But yeah, no, for real. And one of the most hilarious things that I always remember is they always tell us, hey, you're not going to have a calculator at all times. So, you know, you're going to need to know this stuff for math. And it's like, how wrong they were. How wrong they were. What did I do there to get that talk? So, Hermit, so one of the things, so I had a Latina. I went and found Latina, right? in the lake. She's in a little cave, I think somewhere along here. There's like a lakeside crystal cave. I think this is the one. And then the slumbering wolf's shack. You kind of go along here and you go in. You talk to her, and then you kill a guy over here. And then I went over here, and that's sort of the events that I followed. I think there may be a thing if you do it out of order, you don't get to have her do the talk. That's kind of how I did it, though. And hey, Redolin, how you doing? Good day to you. Good day to you. Okay, let's try loading in again to the Halig tree. There we go. We got a loading bar this time. That's a bonus. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to the next few weeks. I got a lot of college stuff that I'm gonna have to give a little bit more priority than I want to. Yeah, if you miss that cave, I don't think you can go back to get her to talk, but I think that quest line works good. Like, I think you have to do it like earlier in. Oh god. It's time to climb a tree. I just got pushed off the tree by a bubble blowing bubble boy. Oh gosh, it's actually kind of hidden though, Hermit. You gotta like keep a good eye out for it. If you missed it, it's pretty, I think, pretty easy to miss. I'll show you guys too. I got a little bit of a new fashion going on. I found some armors that I was like kind of happy with. It's not the most optimal yet, but I kind of going for that like black and red kind of witchy vibe. But check this out. I got that weapon buff. It's that ghost flame, which looks really cool. I'm a big fan of it. I don't know if it's good, but I think it looks cool. I kind of prefer it over the Dark Moon Greatsword too. Just in terms of its aesthetic. I'm not the biggest fan of the whatchamacallit, like the cast on it. It's a little too strong, a little too easy. So this will help slow me down just a little bit. With the I don't have laser beams to shoot around. I'll use my actual magic for that instead. The Godslayer Greatsword. This one here is the Helfin's Steeple. So basically, Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to Grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. It adds magic damage to the attack, and also has a bitterly cold bite. So I'm assuming it adds a little bit of frost as well. It's hard to say. I haven't caught a frost proc off of it yet. But yeah, I think it's a really cool weapon. Oh, the bubble boys are shooting at me. Run! Run away! Flee! Escape. It does actually apply frost as well as the magic damage. I just got a frostbite proc on him. So it actually gives you magic and frosts. That's pretty cool. This tree is going to be the death of me many times. So this leads you back to the start. Nice. This is kind of like a permanent rafters in Anor Londo kind of vibe. Everyone just says good luck. I never really had a problem with like rafter running as far as that goes, but I'm scared of the bubbles for that reason right there. I think the bubbles are going to be what gets me more often than the actual gravity. That's what I'm kind of worried about. Bosses stand out as good though. I'm looking forward to it. You know, another reason I like this sword over the Darkmoon Greatsword too, the FP cost is much less. So I can actually utilize it and not have to refill like instantly, like half my bar. Which is kind of nice actually. I still haven't found a cool looking shield though. I want like a black and red shield that doesn't look kind of too tacky. That's kind of where I'm at right now though. I need to get Loretta's great bow out, I think. I think that's just the way of it. Either that or I can target them before they start targeting me. I'm getting dooted. Doot, doot, doot. Oh, jeez. A good long range. Grab our cannon. And the great bow. Let's do a quick test. Almost gets him in one. That's okay. He fell on me from below. It's like falling upstairs. There's no real good reason for it, but it does happen. Nobody expects it. The Banished Night Shield or the Eclipse Crest Great Shield, huh? Okay. Alright. I'll have a look for those. If I don't find it by the end of my playthrough, I will go ahead and probably go collect them up. Yeah, they didn't really put too many like interesting shields in. I noticed that. It was kind of surprising. Ah! I didn't see that bubble. But the bubble did see me. god. Oh god. Where did that come from? Who's casting that spell? Oh gosh. I think I better just jump down and run up there to get that item. The Banished Knights and the Mausoleum Headless Ghost Dudes. Okay. That shouldn't be too bad. I'm alright with farming. If I decide I want to go grab them, I'll do that. Yeah, this area is going to be an interesting one. We'll see how much I like or dislike it as time goes on. Well then. Well then. We're climbing trees, having a good time. Falling off the trees. See, we're climbing a tree. Hitting the ground. Ow. Whee. My beloved. That's cute. Ow. No! Not again. This honestly is like the best defense mechanism. Just a bunch of bubble boys doing what they do best on top of like limbs of a tree. Oh, okay. So that actually just kills you. But up there, it's fine. Fine, fine. Yeah, this is like a proper fortress. I don't think the run is going to be that bad, though. I have a loose idea of how I want to do this. I'm like making a, what do you call it, a route? I'm routing. I'm not trying to do a full clear, so I don't need to pretend to do. This is a big one. That ant just like sprayed me down. Hey Scarlet, how you doing? Are these blue guys Albinorics with like really long arms for some reason? They have that head structure. A bit ironic since Halig means holy. Yeah, I would say so. It is a little bit on the ironic side, I agree. You don't believe the oracles are? Okay. Because I certainly don't have a better guess. That's the best my guess is gonna get. Can I survive it? Yes. Every now and then I gotta stop pretending that I'm like not a wizard. Like I'm an actual mage here. I don't need to pretend I'm not. So what's the play? What do we think? I'm gonna open up with the Dark Moon into the cannon. He's uncaring and unloving. Oh, he bounces more than once. He's a bouncy boy. Whew. Why has he got such a... What do they call it? A large dumpster truck? Just finished up dinner and it's finally cooled off enough to eat. Nice, nice. It's good to eat. Yeah, I honestly think like the magic in this game is actually fun, which that to me is what I care about. Like, ultimately, when it comes down to it, I feel like magic in the previous games, like any of the Souls games, was never really fun. Like, it worked sometimes, but it was never really like, oh, this is so fun to use. There was some practical stuff, some stuff that was kind of neat. But it's nice to have something that actually has value to it. I don't feel like I'm trying to like be a mage, but then using like a wet noodle to slap things with, a magic wet noodle. Like a self-heating ramen, cup of ramen noodles. Okay. There's only one way to handle somebody like this. Let's go! We're good. It's not overkill, I promise. How you doing, Uber Def? They're like trying to get to me. All right, we're silent assassins of the meteoric style. Ow. Oh, it's one of these. That's what. Oh, but it's Scarlet Rot. Ew. Ew. Gross. Oh. Later, nerds. This is where I shine. Give me my rafter runs. Ah. Ow. Just spell parry it. Why not? No! I was so close. Picking up the items is messing me up. I guess I could bank right there instead of going down first to try that out. Try that out. Alright, alright. Anything that I can throw on to make this easier, maybe? Do I even need that? I don't even need that on anymore. I'm taking that off. The Hallig Drake Talisman. Fully damage negation. Try it out. Might as well. I'm vibing that we can just run straight down here. Yeah, that seems doable. And then this is sort of the short path to get to here. I'm comfortable ignoring that ant. We're gonna drop down to this right path as I mentioned previously. Whoops. Ooh, that's pretty. There's some stuff down there. I think I have the route down. I just need to get the execution down. My depth perception is quite tragic. Yeah, those giant holy orbs are pretty intense. I think we have a good idea of where we're headed, though. As long as we move fast, I think we're good. So we want to go kind of off of there. Oi. Oi. Ow. The Scarab had so much health. Getting through here on your level 70 character was not the greatest of times. You got here at level 70? That's pretty crazy. I guess if you just go through it and you don't level up too often, right? I mean, I basically am running through this area as if I'm like a level 1 character anyways. That's how I always route things out in my head for my Dark Souls 1 days. In my brain, I'm like, what's the safest route possible and what's the shortest route possible? Don't kill everything, just run past everything. Like that's just how I've learned to play games like this. Ignore the unessential things. Okay, so he does shoot at me from down here. I knew that. You have a level 70 character with halfway upgraded weapons just for invasions that are actually fun, and you needed something from this area. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Yeah, that would be hard. So far, what I'm seeing, it's like, it's only punishing until you learn it. You know, it doesn't actually feel like it's all that unfair. It just feels like you have to... what's that one game that's like that? I think it's called Boshi, where you basically... It just throws random things at you that you have to learn, and you die every single time it throws a new thing at you. But you have to slowly accumulate through dying repeatedly, basically what you're expected to do in the choreography of it. It's a pretty intense thing. Yeah, Bashi. I want to be the guy. Yeah, those ones. Anything cool over here? No. That's kind of how I feel like this area is. It's like, it's clearly not meant to be done in like a single go. Wow! Oh my god. I was like 3 feet in front of him. I thought he would continue to melee me, not just go instantly into his long range attack. I don't really understand that one. Materials. Yeah. I mean, I really can't wait to get a PvP character going. I'm kind of, I don't know if anybody else felt like this. Maybe it's just me. I like this game. I think it's actually quite enjoyable. I think they did a really good job on it. Also, I also feel like I'm getting burnt out on it a little bit, just in regards to, like, I don't know what the right way of phrasing it is. There's something going on that's making me feel like it's not repetitive, but there's just so much of it to do. And the idea they put so many unfair things in really pads out the experience as you're learning it. Like, this isn't a boss. This is just like me trying to get to the next area. Yeah. It's like there's a lot to explore. Is there a thief ring? There might be. I know that there is one thing. I don't know if it works on NPCs though. Where is it? Yeah, this one. I'll try crouching my way through it. Hey, Lance. This is one of the hardest areas. I could kind of see that. I can see the perspective of why that might be the case. Being friends on Steam does that to you, Lance. That's funny. How do you know my name? It kind of runs out of tricks after a while. That's kind of a little bit how I feel. That might be a good way to put it. I feel like it kind of runs out of tricks. Maybe something like that. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. It's a nuanced, not really a complaint, but just a nuanced point. Oh, the geometry. The geometry. Got killed by a mushroom on the branch. Okay. I'm honestly surprised they didn't smooth out the geometry for the pathways. Like, I am and I'm not. I think they wanted you to have to navigate it and for it to be a challenge to just walk down the tree to begin with. That definitely is intentional. It's just interesting. This is kind of one of the first areas I think I've seen from a FromSoft game that's like intentionally meant to be like hard to maneuver. It's not just like a rafter, right, where it's just thin. This is like the geometry of it is complex. What's the magic here? Well, it almost worked. Really? The bounce. I wasn't expecting like 4 hops. I thought maybe 3 and I'd get out of that. Did a streamer get pretty upset with you for talking about the fact that at this point you're basically just speedrunning characters to PvP prep? You love how much there is to do, but taking breaks from just doing PvE is nice too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly though. So I feel like too, maybe that's what I'm kind of experiencing is maybe I feel like there's just a little bit too much going on, but maybe not enough reward for it. Or maybe everything is just the same amount of rewarding, so it kind of like becomes a numbed reaction, a desensitization to the reward. There's so much of exploring that I found, I haven't used like 90% of what I found exploring. Like, I guarantee it. Like, just running around, right? Running around, exploring. You find so many cool things that you'll never use. It's like playing through a challenge mode of a game where you're doing like a boss challenge mode. You kill a really hard boss, and then you unlock the opportunity to like get a weapon that you don't even want. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's a better way of explaining it to me. And I think that this game, while capitalizing on the exploration aspects, it never really resolved that initial conflict of like making the exploration not only feel fun, but also making it feel like valuable. Because for me, I'm like, it's content, right? For me, it's content. But at the same, on the same edge of it, it's like, yeah, but when do I get to do something fun? It's like fallen and it's fun factor for me. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I don't really know the best way to describe it, but I think we've gotten as close as we can get. I think right here. I'm a little bit baffled by that, honestly. The fact that that didn't hit him. He gets the mist. Right over his head. There we go. Yeah, that horn goes hard. It seems like it does. I wouldn't mind picking up one at some point. I think it'd be hilarious. What's that? Something cool over here. Didn't expect dung. Uh-oh. Whatever that means. I wonder if we could probably drop down into there. It's probably a death zone if I know how this game works. All the horns are great PvE weapons. Oh, do they do a lot of stun? Oh, I could imagine that. But yeah, Herm, exactly. It's like, I probably could have beaten this game like 50 hours ago if I actually just sort of beelined it for progress and didn't explore. Like, that's a weird feeling, ain't it? The idea that you could have already been done with the game for like 50 other hours. And so much of it I just don't even use. Like, all of this armor, I don't like almost all of it. The weapons, they're cool, but there's so much investment to actually get going. It's really unlikely I'll ever invest into upgrading all of the cool items I found. Actually, consumables and crafting has never felt valuable yet, either. But who can say? So is there anything up here? Just an item? Oracle Envoy. Oh, cool. You can get your own club. Your own army of little duders. Very cool. Yeah, the poison rot heals. Exactly. You know, I don't think it's not necessarily that it has zero value. I just think it's hasn't really been an impactful thing for me yet. Yeah, why are you spending 40 minutes getting butterflies? Right? Yeah. Exactly. I feel like they should have narrowed in a little bit on the early game and then expanded the late game. I think that would have been better. Because I feel like I spent so long in the early game doing and looking for a whole bunch of stuff that like was completely pointless. It was neat, but I feel like it kind of came down to a point where I'm like, I'd rather have more challenge like this than having all of that early game nonsense just to trudge through. I probably won't do. I mean, they have to make some stuff easy to get, I guess, in the early game. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I have conflict. My biases are very different from what most people experience. So. Yeah, enjoy the game how you want. That's pretty much how I would have to say. I'm not going to go collect butterflies for 40 minutes, but if that's a fun thing for you, definitely do it. Right? I'm not going to complain that somebody went out and spent 40 minutes collecting butterflies. That's between you and the butterflies. One moment. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't mind everything hitting like a truck either. Honestly, I kind of expect that. In fact, I actually think it's a good thing. Oddly enough. Oh. Huh. Where did he come from? Later, nerds. You can buy crafting stuff later. Even better, yeah. What's the Pearl Drake do again? Yeah, the non-physical. That might be worth picking up. It's decent. Holy cow, wait, what? I have like... Oh, that's actually better. Craft a firebomb, it will be useful here. My negative defense probably is why I'm getting killed so hard, yeah. That was my assumption. They're looking at it going, wait a minute. Having negative defense probably isn't ideal. That means they're doing more damage. Yeah. That probably was not contributing in a positive way. Where'd that guy go? Is that him up here? Oh, he's gone. Oh well. I like this area though. You know, awkwardly enough, you know what vibes I'm getting? I'm kind of getting like Night Elf vibes from World of Warcraft. Oddly enough, this is what that area's the vibe it's giving me. Maybe it's because it's just in a giant tree, but I'm getting some weird like Night Elf vibes. It's super weird. I don't know how to feel about it. I kind of like it though. Gotcha. Sneaky, sneaky. All right. Let's give him the meteorites. Wait a minute. Huh. I feel like I've staggered him before in an R1. Maybe it's because I was one-handed. I feel like I've staggered him before, though, doing that. Weird. Very weird. I have, like, mixed memories of, like, what things have done to what other things. Very inconsistent. Ow. Get him. Noob. Now this is kind of fun going along the roofs. I do like this. Wow. Well, that wasn't very good. That wasn't very good. I go for it, and then one of them's just like, give him a hug. Get in there. Hey, how's it going, Follow the Bat? How you doing? How you doing? Really good to see ya. I don't know if it's a just me thing. I don't like the hug enemies that like leap out and hug you. I'm not a big fan of it. Unsolicited hugs are no good. That's another way down there to that guy. Okay. I'm sort of slowly piecing together how this area is laid out in my mind. Slowly, though, is the key word. You never been up that staircase? That's where I'm going next, so we'll find out together. Okay, we're opening with the moon. That parry attempt. That's pretty bad. I think he lived. He probably died, right? An ancient dragon smithing stone. Nice. Oh, that got me. Thank you very much for dropping the 2 gift subs. Holy cow. Follow the bat. Thank you. Oh man, my heart. My heart. I can't take it. I'm like focusing in kind of hard here, like trying not to die on these crazy rafters of these branches, like out of nowhere. Thank you so much. Wonder what's down here. It's a snail. Get him. Woo. No. He was real. I thought they were all snails. I didn't know there was another one. My inability to analyze. Wait a minute. I want this one. How I like the game so far? I've gotten through most of it. At this point, I feel kind of 2 ways about it. I feel like there's a whole lot of stuff they probably could have left out, and I would have been completely okay with that. My biggest problem right now, I'm kind of vibing that there's a lot of content, a lot of stuff that I've done that has had absolutely no impact on my experience. It's just another thing to have done. So I don't want to say it feels padded out. I do feel like there's a lot to do, but very little reward for doing most of it. I would have liked a little bit more impactful reward for what I'm actually like exploring and doing. Well, here's what's at the top of this. It's nothing. Actually, it's not nothing. There's something up here. No, this is where I drop down. So up that staircase, there's nothing there of importance. Literally just nothing, yeah. My favorite kind of reward. Nothing down here either. I'm scouting. I'm not dying. I'm scouting. I was hoping maybe there was just like a hidden boss up there now, right? Just a hidden boss. No one's expecting it. But then I find it because I went up a set of stairs. I must have missed that on my way by the first time. I see you there, Mr. Snail Guy. I love the spirit summoning snails. They're actually like pretty top tier design. Like, that's actually a genius idea for an enemy. I'm very, very okay with it. All right, let's observe for a moment. A lot of guys running around. Looks like there's some stuff down there. Can I get in from up here? I could probably drop down to that ledge safely enough. There is a ladder to get up, so I can go back up if I want to. Let's grab that item without getting grabbed. Yee. You have 80 hours into your first playthrough. I think the loot is underrewarded because they scattered so much in trivial areas and most of it is mediocre at best. Kinda, yeah. You wanna know how many hours I've put in so far? 117, almost 118, 118 almost. It's kind of par for the course for me though. That's just how I am. Is there anything of importance in that building? Neat. Oh, I'm definitely not planning on doing the rune level runs at the moment. I don't think that would be fun for anybody, myself included. I wish it would be, but I don't think it would be. Like, possible, yes. Possible is never what I try to base my decisions off of, though. It's enjoyable. Is it worth doing? There's something going on in here. You're running close to 130 on the character you just beat the game with. You started a new character to run a different build since. I was thinking about doing that myself, honestly. That had crossed my mind as a thing I should consider doing. For me, at least, though, I'm probably just going to end up respecking this character a couple times, finding something I actually feel like is more vibin'. So much time has gone into this character and like collecting all the items. I don't really have a build in mind, so I'll play with this character, decide on what sort of items I'd want, and then once I have something in mind, then I'll be able to explore making a new character just for that purpose, right? Oh. That was a jump. That's my trick. That's my trick. You think your next playthrough is going to be spirit summonless? I could see that being interesting. I like the spirit summons, personally. I think they actually are... I don't know how people vibe with this, but I feel like the spirit summons were actually like designed with, like the boss fights were designed with the spirit summons in mind. I feel like they make sense to use. They don't feel out of place at all or like imbalanced. Even the mimic isn't really that crazy. Ever since they nerfed it, they rebalanced it, so it's much less significant. I don't like the look of this guy. He looks scary. I mean, I had the Mimic back when it was good too, and I still, like, it didn't feel too crazy to me. That's just probably because I didn't have it like an OP setup with a bunch of like OP spells. But yeah. I really want to make a sleep build, Redolin. Let me know how that goes. Like, if that seems to work really well for you, I would love to hear more about how it goes. Because that's on my list to try as well. Why are these guys so tanky? What in the world? Hythe is the summon that can carry now? Interesting. I heard that the people doing bleed, like the way to do that is you use like the double halberd, and you put bleed on both of them, and you do like running attacks, and you just hit with both halberds at once and just explode enemies. I've heard it's that is actually pretty broken right now from what I've heard. But sleep will be really good in PvP. I'd be excited to play with it for that reason alone. I just missed. Yeah, the double cross Naginatas. That's it. That's it. The 2 Saint Trina weapons that apply sleep require faith or ent. Yeah, I want to figure out what a sleep build ought to look like. That's not like over reliant on a bunch of consumables and all of that. I just want to try to give it a go. I think it would be fun. What? Got wall hacks. I think he lost sight of me. That was weird. Having to split the scaling across 2 weapons will hurt your overall damage, but the status effect is good? Oh, I see how you mean. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, ultimately, what you would want to do with a sleep build, right, is utilize the sleep. The whole point is apply the sleep and then deal your big damage, right? Because doesn't sleep basically give you the opportunity to use to get a critical attack in? They'll basically hit the critical, or not the critical, but the get the status effect on, hit your critical, and then you go back to applying your sleep again, and you sort of do that in a cycle, right? Oh good, this is our shortcut. Very good. This is pleasing to me. Slowly working this area out. It's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one. What are we working with? Nothing new. Let's hop back down. I don't know. Feel like sleep has potential. Nothing interesting below. The short stun that gets removed on hit, but you don't think you can get a riposte off of it from landing it. I've been told that you can do a critical attack after somebody gets slept, that you can critical them, because if they fall on the ground, you do the on the ground critical attack. I think is how it works from my understanding. I could be completely off though. This looks like a boss. I think we found it. I think we found a boss. Very good. It'd be immediate swap to the big flash water to get damage in. Yeah, something like that. All right. Let's go. Loretta, Knight of the Haley Tree. Ooh. I have your bow, ma'am. Whee! Gotta love it. Throw out that Moonblade. The boss ender. That was fun. I like the Retta. Hey there, Ender Meow. How you doing? You need a map with like a line from the closest gray site to the black sorcerer armor set. I don't even know if I have that. Black sorcerer armor. I don't even know if that's the armor I found yet, honestly. That would be nice. Could use a little bit more black in our lineup here for the armors. Did I get anything from killing them just now? I wasn't looking. Oh, hold on. You mean the, what's his face? No. He's like the Alberich road, the Mad Tongue Alberich robe. This one? Yeah. So, all right, this is what you do. You ready? You go to the West Capitol Rampart, okay? And then you go here. So you literally hop out the window, you climb down a little bit, and in this area here, there's like a copy of the Round Table Hold, but it's for realsies. It's just right in there. So West Capitol Rampart, and then go into this little, there's a door here. You'll go into the door. You can explore the first level. And then also, if you go around the side over here, outside and around, up, and then there's a way to reach the second story as well. I hope that helps. There's two entrances you can take. And try to open the doors. You can actually open the doors in that room, I think, too. Which is pretty neat. Who dat? Who dis? Was I checking something? That's right, spells. Aha! I did get a Loretta's Mastery. That's what I wanted to equip. In my mind, I was like running through like, what did I just do? Bam. Upgrade. Anything else I want to get rid of or change? Not really. There's some cool ideas, some cool things in here, but nothing I really will make like a lot of use out of. All right. I think he actually invades you in that spot, Redolin. I think is how that works. I don't think you just have to have killed him. I think it just shows up there, right? Or is he part of the Volcano Manor stuff where you go to do your invasions? I don't really remember. He might be part of the Volcano Manor questline. Where you do the hit. Hold on, what? How do you get up there? There's a chest very clearly right there. How do you get that? I want to leap off like it's Prince of Persia. Come on. Let me down. Fine. We'll go the other way, I guess. I do what I must because I can. Give me the chest. An ancient dragon smithing stone. This area is very good to me in terms of providing final weapon upgrades. I think that's a couple plus 10 upgrades I've found as far as the materials go. That's actually quite convenient to come here. The area itself doesn't seem too bad. It's just that initial tree area that's kind of a pain in the butt, really. Everything else seems to be much more manageable. What an interesting area. I'd be really interested to find out the lore of the Halig tree at some point. I'll need some time to really figure it out. I'm not asking you guys to tell me. But once I at least complete the game, then we'll be looking it over again. It's interesting. We'll have actual proper discussion later on. Just have a couple extra sips just to you know, push the point home. Oh look, Millicent.
Again we meet.
Hello.
I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was the dignity. There is something, the will, the dignity.
Okay. Cool. I don't really know what to do with that, but cool. Switch it over to nighttime just because I like moving around at night.
There is something, the will, the dignity.
You've done nothing but invade for the last day or two. Now duels feel slow. Once you start getting into the thick of it, right? Let me check something real quick. And then we'll do this area. I just want to take one quick moment to take a look at a couple things. That's looking good. Okay. All right. I think I have a rough idea of what's going on. Okay. Hmm. Okay. All right. I have no idea what else to do with her, but we won't worry about it. I'm assuming she'll be necessary later on in this area. Holy cow, they got pokies. Whoa, okay then. I think that's the first time I've seen an NPC do that in this game. Nobody expects the kamikaze, holy cow. I like the little door. This is amazing. I found the Lord Vessel, guys. I did it. I found the Lord Vessel. It was in this tiny room all along. I knew that's where they would have hidden it. Look, the little way down there. Little people. Now I can see. Holy cow! Look at the stuttering I was getting just a second there. Holy cow, that was intense. The audacity of this guy to have a sip instead of fighting me. Holy cow. I see you down there, Mr. Avatar. Apparently he sees me up here too. He just wanted me to know. What dis? What dis? Triple rings of light. Okay. Sure. Wait, are you just a dude? There was just a dude there sleeping that whole time while that was going on. Game's amazing. Just a dude being a bro guy dude. Yeah. Brood. That's what I almost said there. That guy went full cold brew. No heat remains. Only cold caffeine. Oh, hi. Hey there, Thee. How you doing? Faith build here? Get out of my ow. Ow. You may be a faith build, but do you use a spear? That's the real test. If your mixture isn't literally 2 of these, hold on. Where is it? If your mixture isn't 2 ruptured crystal tears, what are you doing? Are you really a faith build unless you use 2 ruptured crystal tears? He's like, whoa! You only just found out about that today? Yeah. I heard that there's this other one too. Hang on, let me see if I have it. What's it called? There's one of them. This one. You use the twiggy cracked tier, and then you use a ruptured crystal tier, and it takes you back to your grace for free. Never again will you lose your runes. You're always ready to return back. Back in my day, we called it a homeward bone. There's kind of a couple different paths to wiggle around through here, isn't there? Huh. Kind of weird. Mikulin's Night Sword. Probably a long sword, I imagine. No, maybe not. Also, hold on. I gotta show you guys this. This is a really cool weapon, and I'm almost thinking about making a build using this thing. It's a faith weapon. Have you seen this sword? Isn't this awesome? And then yeah, you also have the offhand, the unarmed, whatchamacallit over here. Yeah, the fist weapon, the Cypher Pata. Yeah, such a cool design. Like that's like top 10 for me. Top 10. Ooh, grants armament attack holy essence and fires off a golden blade projectile. Oh. Interesting. So you buff and you shoot off a projectile at the same time. That's neat. Yeah, if we're going the 70 faith and still getting good damage, because they only scale with faith. Exactly. Do I want to go down yet? I kind of don't. I kind of wanted to see what was down there first. Yeah, there's a couple more things down here to take a look at. I think, actually, that might take you to an item. No, I think it's just another way down. It's so hard to tell in this game. Dual Braids of Flame. You don't know what else you want to use? The greatest challenge of all. The final last boss. Hello? Oh, I see. If you wanted to get over to there, that's how you would have to do it. Tell you what, let's go do that first. Let's go take care of that Erd Tree avatar. We'll do that, and then we'll come back down here. Back up we go. My indecision always leads us to interesting paths. Yeah, I don't really have any experience with faith builds at all yet myself, so I'll be interested to play around with it some more. Have I found the secret boss? I don't know. Does it have a name? You can tell me the name. I'll let you know if I found it or not. Dragon Lord? No. I have not found that one yet. That hurts so much. Stop spamming it, dude, please. I'll have to start using my Moonblade on you if you keep doing that. Actually, let's just use the Moonblade. Ah! Oh, don't start doing that now. Oh, I'm out of juice. Nope. I refuse. Denial of service. Rotten staff. Is that a staff or a colossal weapon? I get the feeling it's a colossal weapon, yeah. Rotten staff. Scarlet rot buildup 75. Erd Tree slam. Weird. This is the most powerful of all the ground slam skills. I guess if that's your goal in life, to be a ground slammer, then there you go. Ancient Dragon, Smith and Stone, very good. What this? Very good. She just kind of sits still, doesn't she? She didn't really get around much. Ooh, it's another Lord Vessel. Marika's Source Seal. Oh, it's the even better one. Or is it? It actually looks worse. Oh, hang on. So this one raises Mind, Intelligence, Faith, and Arcane. This one raises the other ones. Can I have them both on at the same time? Very good. I don't know if I want to do that, but I could if I want to take negative a bajillion damage. Then maybe. Hold on. That +6. Yeah. Have them both on at the same time. I'm living life on the edge. It's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, I'm rocking it. Let's go. The snipes. Wow. That one actually moves really quick. +3 bolts of Grand Sax can do 1600 damage spears. That's wild.
There is something of the will that was once hurt.
Okay. So from what I've learned of that, I didn't really learn much at all. Just learned that there's some dangerous dudes down there we gotta be careful of. That's pretty much it. I wonder if we could jump to that. Ooh. This is an elevator. This is a shortcut later. Exciting. Well, I tried. Not every attempt ends in success. It's an important life lesson that I recommend really embracing and vibing. Get it in early while you have the chance. Lest you learn the hard way like me. Parkour. Jumping around really does feel kind of like parkour in this game, though. For real, like it's actually quite fun. I like the hopping around all over things. Very enjoyable. It wouldn't let me roll. Like it actually locked me into like a not being able to roll thing. I don't know what that was about. I didn't like mistime a roll either. Like it just, the attack animation was in me the second my recovery was over. I just didn't get the opportunity. Ooh, that's cool. I wonder if there's actually something down here of interest to me, or if I should continue going on the forward direction. I'm tempted to continue on the forward direction, to be honest. We'll give it one more attempt down here. There's obviously something to explore down here, so I'm not going to write it off. But I don't really know how valuable it's going to be to me in the end. We hit him with the Moonblade. Yeah, the Source Seal is worth it. Yeah. Sorry. You're absolutely right. Ooh, Ghost Glovewort. That's actually quite a good drop. You know what? Fair enough. I'll take it. Hidden path ahead? Sure there is. Liar ahead. Those are weak to heals? Yeah. There's a weird set of enemies that are actually like weak to heals. It's weird. I don't fully grasp it, but it's true. Poor Mimic Deer just tanking. I didn't know that was one of them. That's cool. What a horrible place. Oh yeah, when the panic heal ends up killing the creature too, that's great. Nope. Joke's on him. I'm gonna climb. Nope. I'm not gonna climb, it looks like. I've been juked. I don't really understand how it gets the 1-2 attack off. Like, I feel like I'm clicking the roll button, but I always take the second hit of damage. Weird. So there clearly is an elevator down there. Excuse me, wrong word. Ladder. The other kind. The manual elevator. The elevation assistance mechanism. I think I'm good to go down this normal route now. In short. It's really odd to me that there's eggs everywhere, but I kind of understand it. Like a little bit. I understand that the Mikola was in a cocoon. I don't really get the whole, like, why are there so many cocoons everywhere, but it's kind of neat. Now, what put Mikola in the cocoon to begin with, right? We'll find out, I hope. There we go. Now we can deal real damage to him. Just slap him around. It looks like there's a, what are they called? The clean rot over there. He's 100% not facing us. What? Pour one out for the lads. I don't think that was something I could have foreseen. Oh no. That was not ideal. Over jump that. I could probably take the safer jump there. I don't need to try to show off. Pretty much get yeeted, yeah. I really should get a soundboard eventually. Isn't that like what all the cool kids are doing? Get a soundboard where you got the voice file that goes like yeet. I'm not really like up to Zoomer tech though. I don't know the way of the zooms, the memers. Is that even a zoomer meme? I have no idea. I just know that they say yeet. So I do like the critical. And the blade follow-up is fine. Apparently it's not fine. So that's the move he got me through the wall. I just didn't see it before. I don't really have time to get a second Moonblade off there. Yeah, it's fine till you get grab attacked. They really made the grab attack strong in this game too, just to note as well, like in particular. I feel like the grab attacks got exceptionally stronger. I was noticing that. They're harder to dodge, as well as far more punishing. Did he just did I whiff a backstab there? That was really weird. I think I had a backstab attempt on him and they turn around. I didn't know that that happens on enemies that are in PvE. I can't say I've seen that. Oh, dude, Estelle's grab is really cool. I liked Estelle. I liked Estelle. You've had it happen quite a few times. Really? Okay. Huh. I haven't really seen that before, so to me it's new. I haven't seen it. It's new to me.
This visitor have we?
Hey, Ternix, thank you very much. Dropping by with a party of 4. Thank you very much. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. What were you up to? Playing Elden Ring as well, or out there experiencing the vast, wide world of pretty much anything else? Oh, no. I know better now. Almost got. Okay, so this would be this room here. I know where I am now. I'm out here PvP in the Clean Rot Knight like he's a... Wow. Just one-shot me. Okay. Good news is, I don't have to go the weird way I have been going. I can take a faster route now that I understand that that's where it connects. Just working on your second character. Nice. What is your, how are you playing through your second time? Any particular build you're doing? Or just kind of exploring a second time around, seeing what happens? Bonk percent? Always. I haven't really fought these guys enough to get a good feel for what they can do. They feel really weird. Like their moveset is quick, but at the same time, it's pretty telegraphed. But they have a lot of weird moves. I've heard that, D. I've heard about that happening. What a weird world we live in, eh? I'm surprised none of those landed. Clean Rot Knight Finlay. That could be good. A Clean Rot Knight Finlay might be able to deal Scarlet Rot damage, right? Do you think he has it? I guess she. Do you think she has it? A spear, not the weird scythe thing? Ah. How odd. This guy's just asleep. I love it. He's just taking a nap. Some of the guards don't bother with you? Huh. I'd say they're sleeping on the job then. Definitely not doing their job. That much is obvious. You gotta be willing to be very obstinate if somebody is going to hire you to be a guard. Like that guy. He's gotta show up. Golf swings some people to oblivion. later, nerds. It's like a really bad place to wander into. So this is over here. Okay. Alright, I have an idea of what's going on. I kind of know the layout of that section now, so I think I can kind of route that in my head to make a little more sense. This is one weird thing I have noticed in this game too. I don't really find a need, like there's not really like a point to doing full clears of areas. It's not really designed in a way that that would make sense to do because everything is like a little more scaled up. So it's a little bit harder to deal with most things. So it really kind of defeats the purpose of like doing a full clear of an area. Unless of course you're exploring and looking for something of interest. But even that has limited application. And again, as we've discussed before, like it's hard to find something of value while wandering around. Oh look, one of these guys. I could go give those to the dung eater. Oh, interesting. So what he does here is he prevents them from returning to the Erd tree. Oh. Oh, hold on. Let me reread that. There was something interesting about that. Did we read that correctly? A curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the dung eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. Are the omen guys like not part of the Erd tree cycle? I wonder what the implication is of that. Are they not allowed to be part of the cycle? Immediately find something of value. I stand by what I said. I might be wrong, but I'll stand by it. I've been wrong before. It was like once, maybe. It was alright. I wouldn't do it again. Can't say I'd recommend it. What in the world? Is that a guy? No, that's just leaves. What's going on in here? We're just zooming through, don't worry guys. Like I wasn't even here. Uh-oh. We got by the rot. We got rot got. Ooh. Halig Tree Night Helm. Thrilling. I should probably try to get rid of my rot real quick, huh? It's probably a good idea. What does it? What this? Ooh. This is where I want to be. Oh, can we take a look inside here? Holy, oh holy. It's just a bunch of light pouring forth. We don't need to kill that avatar. I could, but I'm not going to. I don't think it's really necessary at this point. We're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. Making our way forward. this might mean there's another boss soon. Or at least another area, now that I've kind of sort of made my way down a little deeper. What even is this? Do you think they'll realize something's off? This is kind of legit. They're just kind of they're kind of good. They're kind of just all right with it. They're just, you know, hotboxing it. Just chilling. Enjoying some of that Night Maiden's mists. A little minty. Minty fresh. These just explode. That's how you do it. I shake my head. A rotten crystal sword. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like a purple version. Its attack scales with intelligence. It's literally the same thing, except it causes slight scarlet rot buildup. Okay. Cool. The McKellen sword? Yeah. I did take a brief look at it a little bit ago. Yeah. It was very brief. I did take a brief look at it. But yeah, it's designed modeled after those carried by Carrion Knights. Instead of a glintstone, however, amber from the Helig tree is embedded in the blade. It's a sumptuous piece. Yet it has never been offered to any knight, an ill-starred sword with no master. I do like it in theory. Kind of neat. Kind of got that hero's sword vibe, right? Where mine is like, haha. I'm a ghost lord. Spooky, spooky. I do want to utilize my torch a little bit more, though. I got this neat torch here. I just don't ever like using it because it's like a weapon slot thing. Not enough for Ghost Flame. Never enough, really. It'd be unconscionable to think that there was ever enough. That doesn't feel like where I want to go. Ooh. In we go. Now, tell me this is a boss without telling me this is a boss. There's just no other way around it. It's gotta be. It's just gotta be. What's a pest lord doing here? I'm prepared. I know how to handle this. You guys ready? I have a secret tool. The model, the necklace. They are from the Order of Rot. Why wouldn't they be here? I don't know. I kind of believe them to be more along the lines of, oh, we going slow. Oh. Okay. It's a deep lake. I thought I'd try to be cute, but I guess being cute's not up for it. I'll fail. Let's go do a quick double check to see if Millicent is still hanging out. I don't think I've done anything wrong at this point to upset her. So I just want to make sure
the will, the dignity.
she doesn't have anything new to offer. Well, I'm just like gonna keep an eye on her periodically to see if I can advance her. Considering she's directly related to Melania, there's reason to believe she'll be relevant soon. We'll move until you kill a mini-boss in the area I was just in. Okay, that's about what I thought would happen. Oh, there's all sorts of little guys in the water here, aren't there? What's a few Loretta's masteries gotta say about that? Very good. So this is how I'm gonna get across. Don't judge me. I know it's silly, but it's the only way I can think to do it. Hello? Oh, you're like a child version of what the big ones are, huh? Horrible. The dagger in quick step does feel pretty cool, though, I gotta admit. I like that idea. I just don't have anything to do that with. I have no dagger. I have no quick step. What am I to do? But perish. Oh, they all have quick step. I didn't know. I'm only guilty of ignorance. I like my method more, though. When we ride the struggle bus, we ride together. Hey, Jacob Trades, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying yourself, and thank you. Just again. Hope you're having a good time. I'm kind of like losing my mind here, so bear with me. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Is there a lost grass I can touch over here? My method looks cooler. I'll take it. What's this guy doing? He's doing a headstand for some reason. Odd. Also, Thea, I just gotta say, I think your autocorrect might be the funnier of the two. I don't know if that's the funnier part or not. I'm gonna check down here first because I think there's gonna be a lost grace I can use to get back up to that area. It looks like a one-way drop. Yeah, that's what I thought. So we don't continue out here just yet, but we go back. And then we go across. Can you recommend? How do you mean? Like a course of action? Yeah. I was planning on going this way anyways. So that works out for both of us. The timing on the, those are little hands. I love his little hands on the ends of his little arms. He has so many. What do we do with them? What do we do with them? I have a really bad time with the pest men. The centipede guys. I don't know. You go after the grace in the next room first? Really? Is it necessary for like any quest lines, or is it just like a what for a while? I mean, worst case scenario, I'll go over here and die, right? I doubt it would break anything. I'll consider my action now that I have a dissenting opinion. It's just a tough fight. Yeah, I'm down for it first. Whoops. Whoops. The grace in the next room is just closer. You don't mean this one, do you? Or is there another closer grace? There might be. We'll keep an eye out. Oh, you're good. You're good, Redolin. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing you out. All right. I want that item. Why is it gotta lure me in like this? That's so mean. Oh, it's literally just a tree spirit. That's not that bad. I mean, it kind of sucks that he's in that puddle of Scarlet Rot, but not bad. Yeah, Scarlet Rot, Ulster Eating Tree Spirit. Pretty spicy. I just hate that I know that they totally baited me into doing that, and I can't help it. Why do they gotta put that item there when I know that I'm gonna want to pick it up? So mean. Is there an easier way of triggering him? Let's play with this a little bit. Huh. Oh good, we did trigger it. I'd like to fight him over on this other side, ideally. Right, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, I think I have a feel for the area. It's the hardest thing of fighting a familiar enemy in an unfamiliar terrain. I actually had this struggle a lot in Bloodborne Chalice dungeons, awkwardly enough. When you fought like, what was it? It was like Rom, the bajillion-eyed spider giant monster thing that summoned all the ads. I think that was the one. When I'm fighting him in a Chalice dungeon, like hurt my brain so much. But I think in this case, I should be fine. The hardest part is just going to be getting over there to trigger him every single time. It's going to be the slow part. It'll take a few attempts, I'm imagining, but this area is enough. I can work with this. Actually. Will this trigger him? Yeah. So we want to fight him right in this little nook. Oh man, the Scarlet Rot buildup is going to be what kills me though. Because it's not going down. It's stuck to my clothes as it does. Okay. So I really need to stay out of the Scarlet Rot. Otherwise it's going to build up on me even though I'm not standing in it. I hate that mechanic. Okay. That was one mechanic from like Dark Souls 2, like for the poison swamp where everything's stuck to you. I don't like that it sticks to your clothes and continues to build up because you were in it for a little while. Like it takes time for you to dry off. I do like it and I don't at the same time. It's a really awkward, conflicting feeling about it. My rolls there, by the way, Fee, I wasn't panic rolling just like randomly. I was actually trying to get the Scarlet Rot off of me. But obviously, yeah, like rolling around and it gets covered in it. You're just submerging yourself more. Yeah, exactly. I'm not complaining about the logic of it. I'm complaining that I don't really like it as a mechanic. If I'm not standing in the fire shouldn't burn me. That's just how I process video games. Spent too much time in like World of Warcraft dodging Dragonfire to deal with status buildup when I'm not standing in it. What a weird area to fight this guy in though. The other thing I am worried about is the second phase, when he goes to explode. That actually is very dangerous here. I kind of just have to pray that he's in a good spot for it. See? That's probably going to be happening often. I didn't really have a plan. He didn't seem low enough to do that phase yet. I thought it was going to be a little bit more. So it kind of caught me off guard. I didn't really... Literally, as I was trying to process the plan for when he does the AoE, it happens. I'm like, I wasn't prepared. I was not ready. Relax. I was not prepared. That's funny. What good timing, though. Just as I was thinking about it, bam, it happens. Yeah, the gravity, like this whole area seems to really capitalize on kind of uneven footing and gravity deaths. 100%, I could see that. Just getting thrown off the edge, even if you survive an attack. That's rough. It's gonna be a rough one. I think it's not too bad though. Surprisingly, I'm actually quite confident. This is the one enemy type that I really love in this game, like adore. It's like the first boss I fought. It's up there for me. The weird delay though when he spawns is super strange. I haven't really had to deal with that before with the other ones yet. So I'm trying to think of how can I get him to engage with me in a way that's a little more manageable. Because if he opens up with the charge, getting out of the way of that with no room to run around will be kind of hard. That's just a fact. It'll be a little bit tricky. But not too bad, actually. Nothing demoralizing about it, really. It kind of just makes sense, which is nice. So I am debating if I should use the Moonblade here instead of using the actual melee attacks. I'm debating breaking out the Moonblade. It seems to be the strongest path for me right now. Ow. What does he do if I'm up here? Like, does he get stuck? Such an odd one. Yeah, the animations getting sunk into the ground is going to be kind of hard for me to visualize as well. A lot of my typical animations that I'm looking for, if they're hidden, I have to basically find analogous, you know, secondary telegraphs to look for. Definitely not the end of the world, but an interesting thing to note. Mr. Tree Spirit go burr. Yep. Yeah, Scarlet, somebody did a gift sub earlier, and you got one. It's Follow the Bat, I believe. He did a couple of them. And you and Uberdeath both got a badge. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are the 1 millionth person to open our webpage. Please put in your credit card details and we will send you a new limo. What is your mother's maiden name to verify? Oh man. I'm like wrapping my head around the weird positioning. I'm not really trying to win right now. I'm not trying to kill him. I'm just trying to look at him and go, what should I be looking for some of these attack animations? That learning process I have really makes it hard to like win quickly. Because I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm literally just getting hit for the sake of seeing an attack. And then I update my little internal database and I go, aha. I know what's happening. Your grandma did fall for so many of those though, I'm sorry. They're really tempting though. Especially all those handsome Nigerian princes who keep dying and then giving me their inheritance. I've only gotten like 3 of them so far, and I'm surprised I'm related to so many Nigerian princes. Who would have thought? Yeah, this boss here is definitely intended to be like a familiar foe in a difficult arena. I like that that mashup. I'm a fan. Is that the right move? Have I seen that follow-up before with this guy? I think I have, but I think my positioning was so vastly different. Because I normally, when he does that, I'd be closer to his inside. Like by his like right arm. Right or left arm. His left arm. And weirdly enough, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to keep my distance and be in front of him, and that's where you really don't want to be. So this arena actually capitalizes on this boss's weaknesses and makes them strong. I like that. You two are a Nigerian royal who wishes to bequeath your inheritance upon me for exchange or in exchange for a pittance. You just have to send $100 to verify your bank account for the transaction fee. That's how it works. I've seen it. Like, what happens here? Oh, I just get moved around. Wait a minute. Why am I able to sprint? You're kidding. I can move around in this? Hold on. What? I thought this was deep. I need to walk around in the scarlet rot puddle here. I thought this scarlet rot puddle was deep and it made me so I couldn't dodge. If it's just scarlet rot and I can walk around perfectly fine, then holy cow, I don't need to worry about it. This is actually easy. I need to test this real quick. I've basically avoided the scarlet rot in the puddle because I assumed it was like the other one. This could be down to a user error. This actually could be really stinking easy. What? Who's that? What was that backstab attempt? That was silly. Just completely whiffed it. Okay, let's try actually wandering and wading into the scarlet rot here. Let's go. We're in the rot. Oh, this is easy. Yeah, we're fine. I'm not worried about it anymore. We're good. Now. I'll just deal with the rot buildup. That's fine. I can just heal occasionally and it'll be fine. Yeah. He moves kind of weird when he's restrained in this environment, though. I will say that. I feel like he does, it's what happens when you have a big creature trying to move around when there's a lot of walls, where the creature kind of does this occasional float, where it tries to move forwards, but then hits like a diagonal surface or a diagonal wall. And then it gets more like it's pushed diagonally rather than walking diagonally. Like it moves forward, but its model actually moves diagonal or horizontal. It's a weird little thing to notice. I'm gonna get rich off of killing this little pest guy here. There's not a way to make yourself immune to the rot, is there? Immunity is the scarlet rot one, right? Yeah. All right, we're going in for real on this one. I'm actually really curious to see how well this goes. Yeah, that was a bad roll. Entirely avoidable. Aww. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? A little weird. Yeah, okay, so that's how he moves when I'm at that position. That's good to know. Ah. Ah. So that's why you got to avoid being on that side of the boss. I see. You sort of just cheesed him with the Mercury Cloud. I could see why you would. It makes sense. I actually have a method I'm going to try here with magic. I'm going to switch over to my Moonblade, because that does the Frostbite. If I get one of those off, I think my timing is pretty plentiful. I think I'll be able to do much more consistent damage here. Overall, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to manage this fight. Not too much more time. I mean, I'm not going to bed until I kill him, so... I'll be here as long as it takes. But look, I'm pretty sure I got him, like, in this attempt. The Moonblade is so good. I'm out of magic. Okay, bad positioning there. But you see kind of what I mean. If I use the Moonblade, it'll take about 4 to 5 Moonblade hits if I position it well. The problem there was that he was just being really weird. Very, very weird. I don't really understand what his AI was doing there. It's very unlike him. My positioning wasn't overall like too defensive either. I was just about where I should have been. Maybe it's because I used the magic. Maybe the AI responds differently to the use of magic than just melee weapons. That is a thing. We do know that the NPCs do understand inputs. So maybe he changed his strategy based off of the fact that I used the Moonblade. Which would be pretty cool. I actually think that's a cool thing if that's the case. This is bad. So I need to be ready that he's going to go into a second phase pretty quick if I'm using this Moonblade strategy. That's something that's a little different from what I was used to versus what I have to consider now. So I get my 2 Moonblades in, 2 or 3 Moonblades, and then I need to make sure I put some distance because he's going to hit his second phase pretty quickly. Or at least instead of getting distance, I just need to be maintaining an escape route. That makes sense. I say it makes sense. I hope it makes sense to anybody else. It could just be the ravings of a madman. for anyone else who's wondering. But to me, it makes sense. I think opening with the Dark Moon isn't really necessary, but I like it. All right, so we're gonna see that second phase here. You gotta go for the flashy kill, right? You gotta go for the flashy kill. It's necessary. I don't think there's a better boss to try that on either. I think that's just really neat. So what are you meant to do after you kill him? Is there a thing that you return, or do you just gotta die? Is death the only option? No, I think you can get back up over here. Hang on. Yeah, we're good. What? What do I need to do? Reload the game there. Be summoned to assist Millennia. Wait, what? Millicent. Oh, be summoned to assist Millicent. I imagine we probably want to be summoned to assist Millicent here, right? That's the correct thing to do, I'm assuming. Is there another choice? Challenge. Yeah. Okay. The way that was worded, I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, we'll assist Millicent. Why not? I'm down. Let's help Millicent out. Why would I challenge her? She's been doing great. Oh god. Oh god. Millicent, calm down. You're going too hard. Oh, they're ganging up on her pretty bad here. Hang on, where's my Moonblade? Wow. Okay, we'll come back. I was kind of surprised there that there were so many of them. I was expecting maybe like one, but not 5? Like 2 maybe, 2 maybe. I could see 2. Because that way it's like a 2-on-2. But 5, that's spicy. Didn't pay attention to the lore. There was no lore that was told to me that said there's going to be like 7 sisters. I know that Millicent apparently is related to Melania. That's a thing. She's a daughter of the Rot, according to Gowry. It never told me anything about it. Gowry talks about 4 sisters. Maybe I just never got that dialogue line then. Or maybe I didn't pay attention. Equally likely. Why would I pay attention? That's silly. Oi, I'm just trying to heal over here. Relax. Millicent, you okay? I got you. I got no more healing. We're danger zone. No! Did we win? Yeah. Millicent looks pretty rough. Mm-hmm. Rotten winged sword insignia. Greatly raises attack power with excessive attacks. Nice.
Oh. Hello. Thank you for lending your hand. Without your help, I could not have defeated that quartet. I feel as if I've been in your debt from beginning to end. Thank you. With your help, I was able to live as my own person. If only in passing. But this is where things end.
Right here?
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself.
Oh.
Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am. Please, the scarlet rot writhes now. Worse than ever. Soon, I won't be more than a mound of flesh, curse-laden. Untouchable. I wouldn't want such a thing to bring you harm. Please, the scarlet soon curse-laden.
I guess I just come back and then she'll be dead and I'll be able to get her gear. Okay. Yeah, I gotta say, the Scarlet Rot stuff is pretty crazy. When we're gonna get the endless soul level 1 runs out of this game like back in the day. I want New Game Plus 78. If it happens, it happens. If it happens, it happens. Right now, I don't have much intentions for it. I don't really, there's a word for it. Right now, between work and college, I don't really find myself going, yeah, I want to be stressed out all the time. I'm pretty relaxed, generally speaking, but this game would be really frustrating at rune level 1. I gotta be honest. I feel like this game would be really frustrating at rune level 1. There's a lot of things that I don't feel are particularly fair at rune level 1. There's a couple things that are manageable, but I don't know. I need to think about it still. I need to beat the game first and then decide what I want to do. Huh. Having the prosthetic arm would be neat, I gotta admit. I agree. They also should have let you use the prosthetic foot as a foot instead of an arm. But you know what? I'm gonna keep complaining about it. They were cowards to not make the fake prosthetic foot an actual foot weapon. And I will stand by that. They were cowards and they could have done it. The prosthetic leg, and then you wield it like a sword. For shame. Yeah, I see that, Thee. I see that. I'm gonna do that real quick. We'll go say hello to Gowry real quick. Here. Yeah, the lightning peg leg weapon, but they're like, you gotta use it as a fist weapon. Like, I was so distraught learning about that. It made me so sad. Like, what a good opportunity to have a unique weapon. And to have it just be a foot. And then you do, like, cool kicks instead of, like, punches. But no. No, we just get a fist weapon. What a great pugilist. Sup, lad?
Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle? You were so close, so very close to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us too, as your mother did?
Ah.
We children of the scarlet rot. Millicent, Melania, do you detest us so utterly? Melania, do you detest...
Cool. Come back here and check on him later to see if anything updates. You've seen multiple people's runs ruined because this guy gets killed by an enemy? Huh. Really? Why would that ruin your run? What's your swift course of action, Thee? You can tell me. Whether I do it or not, as always, is my own shenanigans, but yeah, you can tell me. Hit him? Oh. Yeah. You mean kill him? Yeah. I've heard about this. He comes back and he's like, haha, I'm not really me, I'm a pest. I think that was the thing. I did see that at one point, if that's what you mean. Do you get anything out of it? If you tell me there's a reward, I'll do it. But don't lie to me. I won't trust you again if you lie to me. Ooh. Very good. What does it do? When did I get this? Huh. I don't even remember picking up so many of these. Aha! Raises potency of incantations. Cool. You can only die once your quest is over. Ah. I see. Okay. Cool. I don't mind hitting that guy. He was a jerk. Let's actually take a minute. Let's head back to the table. Let's have a chat with this dude and give the bell bearing over.
So the secret medallions led you to the land of the Halig tree. I'd expect to find Melania there. She who fought Radahn to a standstill. Well, if the scarlet rot hasn't eaten her away completely. But with the Halig tree as it is, I suppose Mikola must already be. My apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. A secret rite, known only to me. You are a true fellow.
Black flame protection. That sounds cool.
Well, I'm glad to see my counsel has borne fruit. You've made more of yourself than Ensha has. Now, more importantly, I suppose you'd like to know then. Me too, my friend. There are four Mikola of his twin, Malay Luna Princess, and Rani is so here that if you should learn, I'll trade. We both as such.
We both as such, but that be constant. Yeah, Melania would be the last one I had to do. Oh, weird. Lets you choose. Strange. Okay. Let's see if there's anything new going on in here. The fingers are still going to be standing full attention forever.
It may be thousands upon thousands of moons.
Uh-huh. Ooh, we got new armor to look at. I didn't even think about looking through here before. Cool. Let's see what there is to take a look at. The Lord of Blood's robe. I gotta try this out. Radahn's lion armor? Not interested.
Now,
Alright, Lord of Blood's robes. You know what? It's neat, but not for me. Of Omen Cloak?
it may
The Omen Cloak. Is that a thing in here? Oh, this one? Oh, the Fell Omen Cloak. I didn't see that. Hold on. Let's try that. Oh, that's cool. I like that. It's kind of like gross, leathery flesh stuff. It's horrible. I love it. You kind of look like bacon. You look like really fatty bacon. It's kind of disgusting. If it moved and had tendrils, I'd be all about that. It'd be cool. It has potential. Not really my vibe, but it does have potential. Oh yeah, the octopus head thing where you just kind of take a small one and you put it on your head. I've seen people using that. Yeah, I think the Briar armor is like the Thorn armor, right, Lance? That was my assumption. I didn't actually like take a look at it in any great detail, but that's what I assumed. I kind of want to upgrade this. Why not? The scepter, why not? Someone say tendrils? Yeah, I did. Veteran's armor is light for its class, but it's pretty cool. It did, I'll admit, the Veteran's one did look kind of neat.
It may
Like this one here. I liked the idea of it. Because it was the Neol guy. Yeah. The Royal Knight armor is like super interesting too. I don't think it looks good like a character that I would use, but I might use it for like a Faithy Knight or something like that. It's very hips. Hips forward. Gotta guard those hips. Honestly, this is almost more like my vibe. Like, give me some tight armor. I prefer to be like thin and like lithe rather than bulky and like super strong. But it's hard to find really good gear like that. That's why I've kind of resorted to like the cloak. But even the cloak is a little bit much for me. I might start using the fingerprint armor, to be honest. Yeah, let's try using this for a bit. Get a feel for it. I'll keep the pants. I like the waistcloth. I don't think there's a lot of really good alternatives right now for me that I would like to choose from. And the Black Knight of Armor and the Blue Silver are nice. Yeah. There's some really good ones out there. Alright, where was I? Drainage channel. Dude, Vike is pretty cool. We got to admit. Like, we all got to admit. Take 3 seconds just to think about it. Alright, we've thought about it. Yep. Vike is pretty cool. I like the idea of Vike. Crazy, mad spear guy. Just doing what he wants. I like it. I feel like this actually looks a little bit better. It makes the shield not stand out so much. I kind of like this vibe. Where's my lantern at? I always lose my lantern. Everything on your level 11, you've got legit except a few Ashes of War you wanted to experiment with. Always. Gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not really sure. Oh. Here. I think it wants me to go here. And this probably doesn't lead anywhere spectacular, I'm assuming. Nope. Just a circle. I kind of want to stick to the high path for right now. Just to see what feels like it's going on. I wonder. Oh ho ho ho! Oh ho ho ho! We're doing it. Now what? just a lovable now what moment. Awesome. Oh, poor Lance. Getting caught up by the link filter. Down just doesn't feel good. I don't know if I trust a down. There is a chest down there, though. Have I opened it? Or have I not opened it, though? So I have it set up on, I think Twitch's, like, auto mod basically does its thing. It doesn't purge or ban anyone. It just doesn't let the link show up at all. Ow. Okay. Holy cow, that damage. When they just start spamming the pest threads, it feels so hard for me to deal with. I don't know why. It's not like it's a particularly hard spell to dodge, but like the way it shoots out just makes it really hard for me to get a feel for where it's gonna hit. So I always misjudge it horribly. The Men in Black cockroach. Yeah. Whoops. What was his name in Men in Black? Was it Edgar or something? I don't remember. Everyone misjudges it in PvP too. That's great. You know, it sounds really weird, but I really would like to try not necessarily a Dex character, but like a rogue, or like a thief style character. I do think it would be fun. Utilize like crossbows or, you know, consumables to try and achieve things. I think I needed to go up to go down. Yeah, to get up to that ledge there, I think I needed to go up higher first. That's a shame. Let's try that again then. Actually, what is down here first? Let's have a little perusal on the bottom shelf here. Trying to go around this guy, but this like grave is like in the way. I'll take it. We'll come back down here again in a minute. Your Dex character turned into an Int character because Moonveil. Yeah, but don't Moonveil. That's gonna be my philosophy. That'll be my philosophy. I'm not gonna rely on like high end. What I kind of want to do is do like a Dex Faith. It sounds wacky, but I think Dex Faith could be fun. What do you guys think about that for like a character? Is Dex Faith kind of fun? Ow. That is such a weird area to try to jump down into. Holy cow. That is so awkward. There are quite a few Dex Faith weapons. Nice. Maybe that's what I'll consider then. Maybe I'll do like a thief, like a holy thief. mean, that's kind of an interesting idea, isn't it? Having like a holy assassin kind of thing. That could be fun. Oh my gosh. A paladin thief. Yeah. Imagine that, like a thief that's that's basically a paladin, right? I think that'd be cool. What a good way of doing it. If it were up to me, I would be a necromancer. But for some reason that's never going to be a thing in any video game of any real respect and rapport. One day I'll get my ability to be a necromancer and have it be a reasonable thing in a video game. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. World of Warcraft came the closest with Death Knights, but you know what? That's still not a success. It's just close. Oh, come on. I don't like the way Diablo and Path of Exile really felt to me. You could do it, but like Diablo 2 Necromancer was fun. Diablo 3 Necromancer is like you basically teleport around and you spam bone shards. You're basically a themed wizard. Skyrim modded to heck. Necromancy was fun. I liked that. But it still was kind of not to the caliber of a refined, polished experience as I would have liked. It was super jank. Let's not be too kind. But yeah, Unholy Death Knight in World of Warcraft is my jam. Yeah, the Path of Exile, I just don't like Path of Exile. I want to like Path of Exile really bad, but every time I've played it, it just gives me a headache because it's so grindy and like, I don't know, grindy is not the right word for me. It's not quite how I mean. I never was able to like enjoy Path of Exile beyond like the first like story playthrough, the campaign playthrough, which I did like the campaign, but I never found it fun to play again. Even doing Diablo 3 seasonal stuff wasn't very fun for me. I would never play RuneScape. I played it a long time ago. I got my woodcut up. I had a like max woodcut. It was legit. That was like the only thing I had maxed. And then my account got hacked. As you do. Never got it back. Dragon Crest, Great Shield Talisman. Is this it? Is this the magic? I can finally have decent stats again. It's been so long. That was a lot of work to get that. Oh god, I thought it was still alive. No, it's just ragdolling. Ow. Imagine hacking someone's account only to find out they maxed woodcutting and nothing else. Well, I mean, yeah, that's literally what happened though. Someone would have found that exact experience. What a weird world, eh? What a weird world to live in. Okay, now that I got that item, I'm gonna just run through here. I'm not gonna try to clear this out. Yeah, I honestly though, like the closest I got to really enjoying like a necromancy in a game though was Skyrim modded up, because you could do like collect a bunch of bones and make a skeleton and then put a soul in it and have it be a guardian. But then like in Skyrim, there's like no reason to do that. That's the problem that I had with the idea of the mod in Skyrim, because it's like there's nothing of importance that happens in Skyrim that's like relevant to having that gameplay as like that mechanic, right? It offers nothing. It does not enhance the gameplay at all. In fact, it makes it more of a slog to get through, and that's not what you want in Skyrim. That's why it was so sad. Oh yeah, they hack the account and then use it to what is it? You what do they do in RuneScape? You gotta buy a GF. However, whatever that is, they do. I'm not very up to date with the memes. I think that was one of the old ones though, right? How about that landing though? Tell me that wasn't legit. Whoops. Don't talk about the second one though. The first one was good. The first one was good. Ah. What do you do? The first one was good. I'm taking no no criticism on that one. No criticism allowed. That first one was beautiful. That's like when you get like 3 judges on a panel. They give you like a 10, a 10, a 10, and then the last one's like a 2. And you're like, oh, come on. Why are you judging so harshly, Judge? Almost made it. Yeah, the bone collector queen intentionally sows conflict between the Empire and the Rebellion to collect more bones. See, that's so legit. If only that were like a thing, right? Like, I don't know. I've talked about it many times in the past, but like, whenever I see a game that like advertises necromancy, 100% you can assume that I've probably purchased it. I've purchased games that literally have gotten removed from the Steam store because they were like dead projects. And I'm waiting for someone to necro the project back to life. Like, that's how stupid it is that I'm like, come on, please. Somebody, please. I don't know if that door leads anywhere. I'm gonna look. One thread. One thread to rule them all. Get got. Oh man. There was a really cool game literally just called Necro, and it was going to be like a you had like 3 or 4 different types of like characters you were going to play as, and they had like slightly different play styles, but you could like summon like an army of whatever your choice was, and then you could upgrade them like the way that you wanted. I like that stuff a lot. Yeah, exactly, Thea. Like, I like the lore, like the idea behind like the Diablo 2 Necro, because it literally is. It's like you're a priest who's like got to use the power of death to make things happen, right? You got a war to fight. But Necro is like really tough to justify in a lot of ways, because like you said there, it's like, what's the point? Right? What's the purpose of necromancy? You have to have like a reason to do it, and that like furthers the gameplay aspect. Because if you're just like running around being a necromancer, like what's the point? No, I already, that's a grace that I already have. I'm confident that I just unlocked a shortcut. If it's a new grace, that's on me, but you can't stop me. I'm invincible. Well, relatively speaking. I don't know if invincible's the right word, really. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that's probably not the right word. Call it a hunch, but yeah. There's a better word for what I am. I would probably go for like incorrigible. Not incorrigible, but what is it? Incorrigible? Like INCORI, the 2 R's? Incorrigible. It's a word. Can't remember what it is off the top of my head though. My brain is like mush mode today, so forgive me. No. Incorrigible. Yeah, that one. Incorrigible. So many threads. What's the plan here? There's so many of these guys. I gotta use some spells. Start picking them off. It might actually be better to use that other grace down below than use this every single time. I like this run more though. I like hopping along the roofs. It's more fun for me. But it will cut down quite a bit of the time. Whoops. It'd probably be wise to put the elevator up before going down. Probably. Alright, that's my new mission. We're gonna hit that site of grace. I'll give in. I'll give in to the pressure. You win this round. Gotta be honest, I actually kind of hate these threads right now. I actually don't think this is a particularly fun area. I've kind of hit a point with it where I've decided I don't really understand or like it very much. That's actually probably a good thing. That's gonna push me to not want to stay here longer than I need to, which is hopefully not much longer. Are they considered physical damage for the threads, or are they like magic? Oh, right. I thought I had a little more room than that. The guy chasing me kind of made me want to roll a little bit further than I needed to. Who knew getting chased to your death was so stressful? It's all physical? I'm gonna block it with my shield then. I can actually get away with blocking it a little easier then. Alright, Thee. Well, you have a good evening and thank you for dropping in. I think my game crashed. I think my game crashed. Yeah. Thank you, Elden Ring. It's all psychological damage. Yeah, it's all emotional damage. How does the saying go? Like emotional damage. Damages your will to continue. You know what's probably damaged my will to continue is probably I've had a little bit too much to drink. I've had a little bit of a drink this evening, and not been helping. I can't really even say that I'm entirely tipsy, but I can tell my reaction time is definitely affected. That's sort of when I get a little frustrated with it. Really makes Elden Ring just that little extra difficult. Gosh. They just start spamming it. That's what's kind of really frustrating for me, is that they just start spamming it, and I don't know of a way to get in here that's not going to cause them to start spamming like crazy. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't like that they're just like... It's like walking into the Stormvale Castle and you find yourself in front of all of those ballista. And they all just shoot you down without you realizing what's about to happen to you. These guys are just at an awkward angle here. There we go. That'll do some damage. Save you, Natty. I'll do my best. What from? Ow. All right, we're one step closer here. We're one step closer. If he comes down here, we panic. Recovering from a migraine. You believe in the vibe to unmigraine me. Well, I'm all on board. I hope that you're... What in the world did I just see? Okay, then. Let's go poke it. Traveler's clothes. Where they at, though? Who's traveling? Who even is the traveler? I don't think I ever met a traveler, did I? Well, it must have not been anybody I knew. Or I would know. So far, that hasn't even necessarily proven to be the case. Sometimes I just don't really pay attention and somebody happens to have shown up a couple times and I don't really remember them. And that's kind of on me. I gotta take the loss for that one. It does happen. It appears that they became a flower. Kind of pretty. What a way to go. Can I become a flower? This goes back up. Holy cow, does this go back up? This goes up to here. I know where this is at. That's a cute shortcut. A weird shortcut, but cute. You can skip the entire second half of the zone just by using your body to activate the elevator. That's clever. I remember doing that. I think it was in Dark Souls 2. There was a couple spots you could do that. Oh, snap. We found a boss wall. Okay. What say ye? Did we say hello to the boss? I think we say hello to the boss. Hello, boss. Is it ye? Melania? Have we finally found you? That's not an in-game render. That's literally a painting. I'm so sure of it. That's a painting with a little bit of in-game sprites wiggling around. I think Millennia is interesting because if you think about it, was Millicent a clone? Like a cutting, like a bud? If they all lost their arm for some reason?
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Cool.
I am Melania,
Okay.
Blade of Mikola.
Not too bad. Not too bad. We'll give it an opportunity to learn. I'm kind of interested to see if we can try to parry, but I don't really know if that's going to be a viable option here. That lifesteal is going to be a pain in the butt. She's honestly one of the harder types of enemies for me to fight too. She's a smaller humanoid. That's actually one I struggle with. I want to roll into that, I think. Not out.
Blade.
Yeah, I know I can definitely parry her. Like, it feels like she'd have a parryable set. Or move set. I've noticed that with most enemies in this game, is you can parry most of them. The unparryable ones are obviously like colossal or giant things, but even those can be critical. And you can't riposte her until every third parry. Yeah, that's kind of how Blythe was when I ended up parrying him. I don't usually parry bosses, so for me it's a little unusual to think about. I don't really know if I'll have opportunity to use magic here either. He seems a little bit quick on the draw. So let's go ahead and get one in.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Okay. Yep, time to learn by dying. The most sure method. Let me go ahead and update my title. How do you spell that? There we go. There we go. I updated my title. I think we'll have some fun with this boss. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Magic may be better than I'm assuming it's not. This is a risky play. Let's try it. That hover, though. That hover. That's so anime. I wonder how you get out of that. That might be undodgeable. I'll have to think about how I want to approach that. And maybe that's a parry, but I don't know if you can. There's so many options here. I'll have to learn. I'll have to try things out. I think magic might actually be better than it seems against her. It feels like it does enough damage that it would be worth using. It's just a matter of how flexible it'll be. Rolling backwards against that one gets you hit almost always. That's interesting. He doesn't really like the Stars of Ruin. Okay. Yeah, always roll into it. That's my idea. That's exactly what I was thinking. Rolling into it against that one, there's no other way. Most of her attacks, I feel, are roll intos. The Narrow does have a point there, Redolin. Bear in mind. Don't tell me too much. Interesting fact. The Moonblade actually staggers her
I am Melania,
out of her attacks.
Blade of Nicola.
I mean, I'm still going to try out some different things anyway, so it's not like that's too far over the line. But that said, that's pretty much my my anticipation. I had the two courses of action, either roll into it or run away from it. That one's at least a fairly obvious one, so I'm not too worried about it. But just in general, I don't think it's worth getting a Mimic out. She'll just attack it to death. The actual Moonblade has to hit her though, not just...
I am Melania,
Pop.
Blade of Nicola.
So the shockwave, or I guess frost wave from the Moonblade doesn't stagger, but if the actual sort of like greatsword does, that's good. The sort of click telegraph for her thrust is really neat too. All right, I think I'm ready. Put in some real attempts. It's a grab attack. That's good to know.
I am Melania,
Bad timing.
Blade of Nicola.
She feels easier than the tree spirit at rune level 1. Like, I feel like the spawn of the game, tree spirit, was probably harder than this is. Now that I have gear and such. If I were doing this with a less situated build, this might be a pain in the butt. Let's go ahead and complain about it after we're done with it, though. Hard to judge it in the middle of it. I gotta watch my resources. I do genuinely mean like having no idea how the game works, de-rusting Tree Spirit for 6 hours. I mean, that was like a 7-minute fight. I'm expecting this to come out to about a 4 to 5 minute fight with the damage output I can do. It might depend, but 7-ish hours for like a 3 to 5 minute fight is much better than a 7-minute fight in terms of like having to play perfectly. This is actually a little bit easier on my mind so far, but we'll see how it plays out in the longer term.
I am Melania.
Yeah, parry timing is going to be kind of a bad idea, I think. On most attacks, going for parries is not ideal. If I mess it up, it's going to put me really far behind and I don't get a lot out of it. So I might have to reserve it for specific attacks that I know the timing for eventually. I could also break out the Moonblade, which will give me a little bit more damage output. Oh, interesting fact. Her whole body becomes an attack box. So her whole body has a hitbox when she does that attack. It's not just her sword. That's good to know, actually. That's actually a really good piece of information. What that tells me is that when I see that, I have to roll into it to dodge it. I can't roll away or kind of to the side. And to the side might work. But I can't try to like dodge it by like crouching or hoping my hitbox is low. We're gonna drop the magic for a bit. I want to learn her moveset a little more. Can you backstab her? No. Hopeful. I mean, I have a few tricks up my sleeve that would actually be really good here. I just want to play it out and learn her moves a little bit more for fun. That's a dangerous spot. Okay. Need to take a break in the middle of attempts to take a nap. Napping is really, really strong. If you ever get the opportunity to take a nap, do it. Beautiful. Half of this fight is just her standing there menacingly. That takes me back to the old Ornstein and Smo. One will just slowly walk menacingly towards you while the other's barreling down. I want to try something out on her. I'll feel bad if it works though. She's kind of small, so I'm not sure how well it will work, but I'm gonna try doing something kind of shenaniganry here. Hang on. Not the meteors. Yes, the meteors. We're gonna do it. You can't stop the meteors. We gotta be a little bit closer for it to really work. Maybe abandon the idea of using the mimic. What's a good range like this? That's a little better. I'm also Radon, lady. Yeah, that move is still going to be really difficult to deal with. I don't think there's any way to not deal with that move somehow. That's funny, though. That's very amusing. Let's try something out. This will be cute. I want to see if... I want to see how well this goes. I'm gonna try to get my my mimic to spam meteors. I need to wait to use that for much longer, but this is just a test run to try it out. We're like losing so much progress just from having the mimic out. That's really rough. The frostbite's really strong though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I am Melania,
Okay.
Blade of Mikola.
The weird thing about Mimic AI is that I know it doesn't spam spells, especially since they changed it. The AI itself has changed. But what I wanted to see is that if I could force it to use a meteor and then make it worthwhile. The problem is that what I need to do is I need to get in close enough that the meteors can actually knock her down and keep her pinned. So the Mimic is gonna have to come out. We both get close. Then I cast my shenaniganery. It'll work. Trust. Trust. Where did they go? On the other side of the world.
I am Melania, Blade.
She moved so far away. Yeah, it just used the meteor for like 1 second. I did see that. I'm fascinated, though, by the idea of what I'm trying to do. Let's try it without the Mimic. Instead of Mimic, yeah, we're not going to worry about the Mimic. I'm just going to see if I can stagger her down utilizing this strategy. And yeah, this boss has Lifesteal Ninja. That's correct. I can do a lot with that if I get her cornered. Oh, it didn't stagger her out. Cool. That's good to know. She gets hyper armor.
Blade of Mikola.
So this is definitely not a successful method in terms of... It's a nice opener. It'll do a lot of damage to open with, and then if I have to play it straight from there, that's fine. But what I want to do ideally is I want to corner her and then make it so she can't jump out of it. So I want her to be close enough that she can't get out, but also close enough, far enough that she gets staggered out and doesn't try to attack me. So my idea is I need to find a good wall over here and then circle around her. I think this is doable. Like right over here might work. You guys are gonna see this like crazy method to my madness here. This will be funny. There we go. The AI knows how to do the circle walk. Come on. Finding time to actually cast is gonna be tough. I think if I get one cast off, that should be enough to summon one blade to knock her down.
Blade of Mikola.
I think I'm gonna abandon this method here. It's funny, but I don't think it's really viable for what I want to do here. I think I just have to play it out. Let me swap over to... Do I want to use Moonblade? Not really, she'll dodge it. The AI is smart enough to dodge Moonblade. What else do I want to try, though? Are there any spells or anything that would be fun? Magic Glint Blade. There's some potential in that. Freezing Mist. Actually not bad. Getting that frostbite on that huge health pool is gonna be huge. So let's focus on that. Let's make that a thing. Comet Azure. Absolutely. I do need to get the Moonblade though. Okay. Something like that. We'll play with it. There is always the alternative of swapping over to an actual, like, damaging weapon and build. It's always an option. So here's the plan. Ready? We Freezing Mist and get her to walk into it. I don't know how long it takes for her frostbite to go away, but this is the method here. Yeah, she already has frostbite. I don't know how long it lasts. Okay, it went away. This is why I'm not allowed to do things that are fun in games. Oh, wow.
Blade of Mikola.
I gotta figure out how to handle that attack in particular, because that triggers, and I don't know how to escape it. I need to be in a position where I can run away, not against the wall, I guess, is a helpful thing. That said, though, the mist wasn't really that impactful in comparison to the Loretta's mastery. Seemed to be better. Loretta's mastery seemed to do good. She starts running in when I cast this too. So I use it first, get her attention, then use the mist. Let her walk in the mist until she gets tired of it. We're gonna run around using glint blades. Yeah, see, I'm not sure how to handle that. What Fia's mist does to her AI? I wonder, Nero. I don't know if I have it or not. I probably do. I just don't think I can cast it. Let's take a look. Do I have the death fog? I might. She's probably immune to Scarlet Rot, would you guys reckon? Do you reckon Fia's mist, the faith? The Night Maiden's mist? Oh, there's that too. His mist doesn't work on AI. Ah. Well, that's not gonna be a fun choice then. Let's try the Night Maiden's Mist then. Yeah, we'll give that a go. Maybe I'll drop 2 mists. I never tried that, actually. I've never once tried to do 2 mists in a row. Using a shield on this fight makes it silly easy. I would imagine. I have a shield with 100% block. I just don't know if I'll be able to guard that much. My stamina's not the best. But a great shield maybe would be preferable. I just don't have one upgraded. What was I gonna do? I don't remember. We're good. I'm gonna be the Mistman. So looks like she'll just stand in it. She does get aggressive though. It does count as actually being like attacked, I think, in her AI. The barricade shield weapon art, I could see that. Yeah, she got very aggressive when she walked into it, which means it's the same as like getting attacked. Like the Loretta's Mastery will do to her as well. So it's probably less ideal than my silly freezing mist method. That actually has some gumption to it. It's probably, yeah, it's probably a status issue is why it works like this, because like it's doing direct damage to her health bar versus a status ailment, which doesn't technically count as like an attack to the HP bar, right? Yeah, I think you can reset it. Yeah. I'm pretty confident you can. I just don't want to fiddle with that right now. But it is a thing, yeah. She curves. She literally curves towards you. I'm not sure how to roll through that. She curls in towards you, so it's hard to dodge it. And it seems like it's a radial damage. It doesn't even seem like it follows a weapon path. Weird. What a weird attack. What really would be neat is I think I should get a hold of some kind of blood buildup. Maybe I can craft some blood pots. And then I can bleed her while she's getting frozen. Honestly, Loretta's Mastery does as much damage as a Glint Blade. Glint Blade kind of wins. Her I win button, I could see why. Okay. That comes out pretty quick. I'm like just trying to wrap my head around like what are some methods that I could apply here that would allow me the ability to dodge that. And blocking seems to be the one that makes the most sense right now, but I'm going to do something ridiculous. I'm going to block like this. I'm going to two-hand block. What level is my arcane? Like nothing. It's like base. 17. Oh, I think I've fought her weapon in PvP many times. It's the same weapon art, right? If it is, then I fought it. It's horrible. Let's just do this for a sec. It's a free parry. Is it? In this fight or just in PvP? Oh, Moonveil? Oh, 100%. I parry Moonveils every day. In the little PvP I've done, Moonveils do not shine. They are lackluster. They are dull. Okay, okay. All right. We did it. We did a survival. I think we can just slowly whittle her down like this then. She's not even standing in the mists. There we go. This is such a sneaky thing to do, and I love it. This is so me. This is how I feel like this reflects my character and me so well. Ah, the dodge there.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, Glint Blade is surprisingly good against AI because they dodge the cast. That's actually how they calculate their dodge. They go off of, they dodge when you cast something. There's a slight delay that gets baked in. And then for Glint Blade, it just hangs out. The AI doesn't follow its delayed cast, which is really fascinating, I think. Watch that frostbite slowly build up some more. I gotta work on that.
Blade of Mikola.
Don't think the AI can dodge the night ones though. I'm pretty sure they can. I remember them doing it, but it could be wrong. I remember them dodging because they dodged to say, like I said, based off of your cast, not the actual spell you're casting. So maybe it's just up to luck whether they decide they want to dodge in that moment or not. It's hard to say. I like this fight though. I feel like I'm doing it wrong, but you know what? That's pretty normal for me. That's pretty actually normal for me. Oh, just get finessed. There is the other idea we could try. We could always do this.
I am Melania.
That went about as well as I hoped it would. I just wanted to try it once just to see what would happen. I knew she was gonna dodge it. She doesn't hang out long enough. She does not hang out long enough to make it worth it. Well, let's take a look real quick at our crafting. I got some fun things we can fiddle around with. Equipment. Where in here? I had a thing. Where is it? It wasn't Flaming Strike, was it? Which one is this? Yeah, maybe I can try that. We'll keep it in mind as a thing. It's kind of close range, but it's quick enough that I think I can use it and get out. So if I have an opportunity to get a melee attack in, or I feel confident in that, I can try that out. That did work. We can play with this. How to use that range to its maximum effect, though, is tricky. Oh, right. That's that one. I need to learn to recognize that move. Or be willing to put more distance between us. Like, I'm just sort of fiddling with ideas right now. I'm not really trying to go for, like, this is the one. But I do think that this is an interesting strategy. Because what's weird is that the weapon art actually staggers her. So if I do it early enough and she moves into it, she gets staggered and goes back a little bit. Gets refrozen. So this could be a funny method to deal with this fight. See, like right there? And then we just got to get her to go back into it, and we get a lot of efficiency out of that. Gonna be about spacing though and timing. A lot of spacing and timing. I think that's preferable to the glint blades. It's terrifying though. What's she doing? Okay. Not doing that attack. Come on. That last one you can't run away from, I don't think, unless you have full distance. That was almost the other side of the room. Huh. That's a good question. So I think what that means is that I need to be willing to block or dodge that last flurry. I don't think I'm going to be able to dodge out, like run away from it, sprint out of it. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's the vibe. Doesn't have the effect of frostbite, but it looked like that wasn't long enough to trigger it either. I think the positioning on this little trick is going to be weird.
I am Melania.
Bad timing. I'm going to try dodge. I'm going to actually see what blocking does for me. I'm going to see what actually blocking does for me in this fight. Can I withstand a single flurry if I block, or will it just kill me anyways? Furthermore, do I need to block directly targeting her? Or do I need to block whatever, like the opposite of whatever direction she's facing? I have some questions. We'll figure it out. Overall though, I like my shenanigans here. This is cute. I actually quite enjoy this. This is funny. See that was ideal. 2 frostbites for 1 freezing mist. That early roll is brutal. That is really rough, actually. Have a sip of my beverage to that. What might be more interesting than using the dagger for this flame art, I'm not really worried about the damage of that. One of the things I'm considering using is a long-ranged, not necessarily whatchamacallits, a bow and arrow, but something with a little bit more range to it, like a poker, like a halberd or a spear. Put a flame on that, give her a poke, and run away. It's an option. There's also some of these other ones. We'll keep playing with ideas. I like this. I'm going to work on this method a little bit longer. I want to see us get past 50% health. And then I'll go ahead and think about what I'm doing a little more in depth. Really aggressive this time around, actually. That's kind of weird. She wasn't being so aggressive previously.
I am Melania.
Really aggressive AI that time. I don't know why. Nothing particularly felt different. That's kind of odd. I wonder why she was getting a little bit more aggressive there with me. You know, it's kind of funny, Nero. Like, one of the things that I'm kind of like trying to put myself through this for is, like you said, it's nice to see Freezing Mist get some love. for once. It feels like it's a kind of underrated spell. I'm doing it for the freezing mist. She's designed in a way to like, punish certain dodges too. That's so rough. That move in particular there, if you roll back and to the right, she 100% hits you. There's no second roll because she catches you on the recovery frames of your roll. That's actually incredible. I wonder if there's any alternative mix that we could do here that would make this stronger. Oh, snap, we're good. Yo, we block that last one, we're in. We're in. We got this, lads. We got this. Freezing mist superiority. Let's go. We're gaming. We're gaming. Now just don't die in one hit and we're good. But she just also can miss completely. Hashtag whiff. I don't really understand why she chooses to be more aggressive sometimes than others. The AI is really weird that way. It usually follows a pretty set path, but like every now and then it does something weird. Does she get stronger resistance if you keep freezing her? What's happening? Oh, there we go. We good. We good. We got her to that 50% mark, which was my goal. So that's actually a really promising thing. Like, why is she just suddenly decide to start running? Like, she will watch you forever and then decide. I guess that's normal. I should stop wondering why the boss is trying to attack me. That's kind of dumb. The boss is trying to kill me. It's kind of weird. I feel like there is a diminishing return on how long it's taking her to get frostbitten, though. It's kind of crazy. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but that's how it feels like. Feels like it's taking longer. See? Look. That was like a full freezing mist, so she's getting stronger to it. Oh wow, that's interesting. So apparently her status resistance to freeze is getting stronger as we go. That's fascinating that that's a thing. Her frostbite. It's probably a thing for poison and all status effects probably on bosses. It's weird though, isn't it? It's kind of weird. What this tells me is that I need to save. Yeah, now she's immune to Scarlet Rot. Uh-oh. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to save at least a little bit of health and flasks until the later half of the fight. And then I can switch in glint blades a little more often. So early side of the fight, I get a lot of my frostbite in. Later on, more glint blades. That's what I'm wondering. Like, does she get a different resistance buildup if I swap between two different types, right? That's what one of the things that crossed my mind just now too. I'm like, maybe. Oh man, she goes super aggressive and I don't know how to handle it. It seems like she's like super passive sometimes and then super aggressive other times. It's not consistent. That's what's confusing me the most. Obviously her AI rolls a dice to figure out what to do. That's obviously like part of it, right? So she's rolling that dice and then it just comes up like 3 times in a row and I'm dead. I don't have any other status ailments I can inflict, really, to be honest. Nothing that would be easy. Like, look, she's being super aggressive here again. Not standing around at all. Constant on the attack. That's completely different to some of these other fights we've had. I don't know why she chooses to be more aggressive. Like, what's the input that I'm doing that's causing her to attack that way. I have a feeling I need to try to run away from her more. Like maybe sprinting away from the boss makes the boss walk towards you easier. Or maybe it's a higher chance to walk towards you. Sprinting at the boss or like trying to dodge away locked on may make it so that the AI goes, huh, let's attack. We're fighting right now. Hey, Zegan, how you doing? Good to see you. I know healing is a trigger for some aggression. It was like casting Glint Blade. We'll keep playing with it. Oh, this is bad.
I am Melania. Blade of Nicola.
So I had my shield up and she attacked through my shield. Which means that when I took the recoil from the first hits and she jumped around behind me, my lock-on and my character weren't in tandem. They weren't synced up, so the problem is I need to be very careful to position myself so that I'm not going to have her jumping behind me and killing me. But I can block it otherwise. I just need to be very careful about getting enough distance initially, is what my assertion is. I believe that's what's going on here. And I'll cast the Freezing Mist at my feet, so it's not on her, so she's walking out of it as often. That'll help. The tiniest little Freezing Mist I've ever seen. I want to know why sometimes she does a crazy stagger and other times she doesn't as well. I want to understand her hyper armor a little bit better. Yeah, Zegan, this boss, that attack right there, it's a very challenging one to deal with. 100%. She not standing in the mist? What is she doing? Here she goes. This is bad. That's kind of bad. And you see her jump up and you're like 5 feet away from her, you're going, right. It actually, what I'm noticing is, I feel like it can happen randomly, but on the cooldown timer it's at, I think it starts to become available to her not out of the bat. I think it starts to trigger around like 66% or so. 66 to 75%, it seems like that's when it starts to become an option for her. And then it's like every 25% or so, it becomes an issue. So I'll keep an eye out around those specific time markers. Usually she gets a little aggro when I do that, but she kind of just stood by on that time. Which is interesting. It's noteworthy. Went blade to draw her in. Yeah, awkward.
Blade of Mikola.
Sometimes her AI, the way she like sidesteps, not sidesteps, sorry, she strafes. I feel like it kind of hits a point where she's evading my mist, but I know she's not. It's just the way it works out. I do like this strategy though. This is such a dumb way of fighting this boss and I love it. I feel like I shouldn't be doing it this way, and that's why I actually like that it's kind of working out for me. I really value like dumb solutions in games. I really want to find a way to do something that's like, you really shouldn't do it that way, but you can. Okay, we have enough space here. You see, that attacked me through my shield block. That's why I get really confused at that sometimes. Like, sometimes I can dodge it, and other times it just goes through. I need to learn that still. It's not consistent. And I've given her so much health back now, it's not helpful.
Blade of Mikola.
I'm wondering if this is something that happened in Dark Souls 2. I think Dark Souls 1 actually had it as well. Actually, Dark Souls 1, it had it worse. Are you guys familiar with dead angling? Melania is dead angling me. I think I'm getting dead angled by Melania right now on that attack. Where she's rushing forward and attacking, and she's facing this way and I'm facing this way, she's attacking me from behind. So I need to face this way even if she's facing this way in front of me, so I need to face like this and block from the direction she's attacking. That's dumb. If that's the case, that's hilarious, but that's also really dumb. I think I'm getting dead angled. By a boss, no less. That's pretty funny. All right, come on in. I love dead angle. Honestly, dead angling the dragon roar in Dark Souls 1 PvP was a source of great joy for me. And frustration for many others. It's a way of life. Just rolling for distance instead of running. That got me bad. A dead angle on the Zweihander? Yeah. My favorite was the Man Serpent Greatsword. Or any of the Claymore style like weapons, the greatswords. Good old two-handed greatswords. The Claymore especially though, and the Man Serpent Greatsword, because you could just clip the entire like behind of them, just because. The running attacks or any of the swirly attacks. The classic two-handed R1 and 180 pivot to dead angle. That was my favorite. You could do that with the two-handed R2 of the Man Serpent Greatsword, and because of the way the actual hitbox for that weapon worked, it was wide. So you always clipped something when you did that. They were definitely days, Deegan. They were definitely days. I might try going light roll against Millennia here. That's my next theory. Maybe I can try light rolling for better evasiveness. Get back in there. Holy cow, so aggressive. Out of nowhere. I think my silly strategy is actually possible. I think it's a matter of whether or not I run out of flasks first. Let me see if I can upgrade anything real quick. I had a Sacred Tear on hand, so let's see, what does that give me? I guess I didn't. Oh well, we're good. Offhand Rapier. Oh yeah, there was some of that. I mean, ultimately, back in the day, your best bet, backstab fish. But a new era we've ushered in. Where backstabs are ineffective. It just happened to work out that time. Luck. On my side. Oh, I didn't even see her because she was in the mist. I found my weakness to the strategy. I found the true weakness of this strategy. I can't tell what she's doing. Information is the strongest strategy. The strongest weapon. And yet I am depriving myself of information for this silliness. I can hear it. I can hear the sound. I'll have to listen for it instead of look for it. I can hear the sound cue. That's what a professional looks like. Hyper-aggressive Melania, thank you, no. Cease. What?
Blade of Nicola.
Have I seen that attack before? I think I have, but not from that angle. I think I've seen it when I was up close, but I haven't seen her do it as a part of a charge. Fascinating. I'm still keeping it on board that I could probably fight her with a melee weapon at some point if I decide I get tired of my shenanigans here. But I like this method. We're gonna keep it up. It's amusing. She's not even standing in it. I don't know how to dodge that unless I have far enough distance from her. To be perfectly honest, I actually don't understand how to dodge that one. That third swing is literally designed, if you dodge the first one, to dodge them all. I might have to block it. Do a quick block. It's possible, maybe. Let's swap the staff to our main hand. It's roll catching, 100%, yeah. So I don't need to do Frost Mist and then this at the same time. I'll keep my shield out. So shield is now my primary asset, and then I'll swap between Freezing Mist as a spellcaster. Look at that, aggression.
I am Melania.
She doesn't do that, and then she just suddenly does. I can't keep saying she doesn't do it if I've complained about it more than 3 times. It means she does it often. So. I think it's because it's in my main hand. Maybe she decided to be more aggressive. This is something I need to play with now too. Is she more aggressive to offhand or main hand casting? We'll keep an eye out for anything that feels weird. Hold on, I can't use my offhand flame thing very easily like that.
Blade of Nicola.
Huh. I'm very confused on how to situate my equipment now, if this is the case. I forgot that if you have a shield equipped, it overrides your weapon art. That's actually really frustrating. I wish you could choose which one was priority rather than it defaulting to priority, but that's okay. I'm confident that we'll figure this out.
Blade of Mikola.
It's so rough for me because, like I said earlier, you know, I gotta admit, Elden Ring is pretty hard on its own, but I've also had a bit to drink tonight. And so, like, my reaction speed being slightly dulled, I feel like my brain is keeping up, but my body isn't. It's really horrible. It's really, really rough. Hey, Skirm, how you doing? That's right. Way back in the day, the old days, the Dark Souls days. Those were good days. It's good to see you, though. How have you been? I've definitely been still kicking. Doing my best. This is me with dulled reaction speeds. Keep that in mind. But what does that mean for the rest of us? Hey, the rest of the night. Hold on, I'm trying to read chat, Millennia. Hold on. I'm reading. Give me one moment. It says you're a first-time chatter. Did you have an old username? And thank you. I'm glad you like the model. I spent some time on it. I made it myself. I put it together. I'm quite happy with it as well. You got the final achievement yesterday? Nice though, nice. I knew you could do it. We're going full shenanigans here. I'm basically trying to freeze and then burn and then freeze and then burn Millennia down. Millennia. Malinea. Malinea? Oh, this is bad. I need to pay attention to the health bar more. I'm reading chat instead of watching her health bar. That's rough. Not long started work from home. Just vibing while not feeling all that well. Oof. Well, I hope you start feeling a little bit better. I definitely know how that can be. So far, so good. Actually, I think she's hilarious. Like, I don't think she's that bad, all said and done. People were saying she's like the hardest boss in like a Soul series ever. And I'm like, I disagree. I think the tree spirit at rune level like 9 or whatever I started at was harder than she is. I'm just doing it in a funny way because I'm like having some fun with it. How long have I been on this fight for now? Not even a couple hours. It's been like, what, an hour now? Would you guys say? Not that long. I'm just learning her for the most part. I'm having some fun learning. Yeah, definitely. Maybe the hardest in this game, maybe. But I don't know about like the whole series as a whole. I wouldn't know. Bad timing.
Blade of Mikola.
I think she's the one that most people are going to struggle with. Not making her the hardest one, but making her the one that people are going to struggle the most against. Which doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense, and it doesn't. But pretty much the idea of the self-healing means you have to play it without getting hit a whole bunch. It's yeah, the waterfowl dance in particular that makes her difficult. And then now that I know that you can just block it, it's like, we'll just ignore it, right? We'll just block it. Can we get the mystical second freeze off the first mist? Doesn't look like it. Like, she gives you so much time to breathe, it's ridiculous. Oh, this is bad. That health bar, I need to watch that health bar instead of read chat. Sorry, guys. That's where I'm at right now. I actually have to pay attention a little bit. Otherwise, I'm just like looking over at chat constantly. Like I can't help myself. I have a problem. The second half of Old Hunters. I never played the Bloodborne DLCs, by the way. There's 2 DLCs I never played. I never played the Dark Souls 3 DLCs or the Bloodborne DLCs. Never did. Ain't that crazy? All right, I'll focus. I'll focus. You guys can talk amongst each other. Why am I crouching? That crouching life. Stop crouching. Stop it. You guys can watch me look at chat now. That's so frustrating. You guys can see me do it. I should get rid of the model, huh? You guys can watch me as I constantly ignore looking at chat. Or that said, ignore what I say about ignoring chat. Oh man. You guys can watch me constantly look over at chat now. Hey Dragon. Yeah. Malalananea. Blade of Mikella. I'm learning her name slowly. I'm not doing it in a normal way though. I'm doing it kind of in a shenanigans kind of way. It actually feels like a pretty straightforward fight, actually. I like it. I might fiddle around with things to get light equip load, but it's a little bit interesting. Bad timing on that. I'm trying to do this funny thing where I'm trying to give Freezing Mist some time in the limelight. I want a freezer, and then I'm gonna thaw her, and then I'm gonna freeze her, and then I'm gonna thaw her, and it's gonna repeat. With pounds. With pounds. The ideal spelling of the phrase. Word, word. He hopped backwards. Nothing I can do about that. think mixing in the glint blade more often is actually quite good. I think that's actually an effective strategy. I feel like I hit the block button, but it didn't block. Maybe that's just because of a stamina issue, or maybe because I was turning when I hit block. Maybe if it flips your camera around and you're trying to block, it doesn't put your shield up because it's flipping you 180 degrees. There's weird things like that in these games. That might actually be what's happening there. I'm confident that I blocked that. I heard the blocking sound even. That was really weird. I was using myself to block. Yeah. That's what I actually noticed earlier, Dragon. I thought the same thing. The way that they dodge the cast animation, not the actual spell. Which is really interesting, actually. Yeah. What are we saying? With +5/+12 weapons for fun? But yeah, the glint blades are interesting. I might try fiddling around with the great sword glint blades as well. The great sword glint blade mastery thing, whatever it's called, carrying great swords. Is it bad that I know I could kill her faster if I just stopped doing my silly shenanigans? I hate that I know them. That's what makes it fun, though. How much does she heal per hit? Like 500? I can't really tell. $500 to $600? Okay. I think I can manage that. Yeah, see, getting hit there like that is kind of rough. I don't know what I can do to stop her from hitting me. The block doesn't really register the way I think it should. Kind of weird. Bad timing on the heal. Bad timing. I need to wait till I have a safe moment instead of just doing it arbitrarily. I know this. She really doesn't let you do a whole lot of silly shenanigans, though. When she wants to be aggressive, she just stays aggressive. This method here relies on her being, like, somewhat passive, which isn't ideal, because it means you're spending a lot of time in the fight. But it doesn't necessarily make your chances any worse, I don't think. It's just not getting hit. Getting good, basically. All right. We need a lot of space here. As much space as I can get. One glintstone. Let me run. Oh, I have no idea. Like what the correct way to deal with that last lunge is. When it hits that first and second one, I can get as much space as I want, but I don't know where to block. I feel like I've had a good first few tries at blocking it. After that, I feel like it hits me anyways, and I don't really know if I'm getting genuinely like dead angled. Like, I don't know what direction I need to target like my shield block at. Staying locked on doesn't seem to be that effective either. You know what? We might go for the alternate opening strategy. You guys are gonna love this. I want to show you guys like the actual like OP opener. You ready for this? This is some pretty OP strats, so bear with me. I don't actually have this spell on right now, but I need to equip the spell. Let me try lasering her just again. I want to see if it does anything. I deserve getting smacked for that. I'm just trying to get out of this fight. I want to go equip my meteors. I want my meteors back. I think that opening with the meteors is really good though. Like, unironically, I think if I can open in a way that's going to cause her a lot of damage, it doesn't really matter if she heals back. Right? Like, because ideally I'm going to do more damage with the mimic than otherwise. And so I'm going to open up with my silly shenanigans. I'll have the buff from the physic, and then I'll be able to glint blade my way through here. So let's do this the way that I initially thought. We're going to combine some strategies. You guys are going to lose your mind over this. This is going to be so stupid. And now we switch over to our other method. Now we start freezing her down. So we get a head start. And then her resistance to the frost isn't up as high. What do we think? Pretty legit, eh? Alright, now this is the magic. I didn't have my shield out, and I tried to put my shield up. I started casting Freezing Mist. I need to get my shield out faster. I like that opening, though. I like that opening. It's silly, but I think it actually makes sense. The Mimic is 100% just feeding, though. 100%. That's why it's hilarious. But it gets her down to 50%, and I feel happy about it. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. You know the drill, Mimic. What's happening? What happened? I can't see anything. What just happened? Did my Mimic get grabbed? Well, that's just awkward for everybody. Again. Now we start seeing the grab come out. Now we start seeing the grab. Well, that's not good. Twice. Well. Let's try again. Ow. I'm taking the easy route through what's designed to be the top challenge in the game. Even if you win like this, it will be a hollow victory. Wrong. It will be a fun victory. And quite frankly, I've looked at what this boss can do. I feel 100% confident that I could beat this fight with just a melee weapon, and I could just handle that. I really wish, I really genuinely wish that this fight interested me at all. Like, one of my least favorite enemies in the Soul games are the small humanoid creatures. Like, I hate all of the humanoid bosses, typically. I wish I wasn't like this, but I am. I like fighting the big, crazy things, not necessarily like Bloodborne, right? Bloodborne had some really fun, crazy bosses. This just doesn't do it for me. Eric, I wish you knew. Maybe you do, I don't know. How long you been around? How long you been around for? Look at your follow age. I can't right now, I'm busy. I believe you though. But if you've known me, you should know me from way back when. Let me look. 2013, the proper old days. The proper old days. I always forget that I have a bot in my chat. I don't know. I gave it up a long time ago on the whole idea of like having to fight things in a really hard way. In fact, what kind of happened after playing Dark Souls 1 through New Game Plus 90, ultimately, I learned that I'm not really like bothered by like the game's like difficulty. I don't think they're hard games do I have a very biased perspective on that though, and I'm not ignorant of that. I'd rather do it this way because I think this is actually harder than fighting the boss normally, awkwardly enough. This is more interesting of a way to fight the boss for me. That's why I'm doing it. It actually feels like it's harder to do it this way than to fight it normally for me. You learn SL1 from watching my runs, right? The proper old days. I don't know. I'm tired, to be honest. I'm a little bit worn out. I've had a hard week. I'll perfectly admit as well. I got a little defensive there. My apologies, Eric. I didn't mean to get a little defensive and indignant. I just take a certain pride in it, you know? Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's hard to say. I'd rather do something in an interesting and fun way than just slog through it the same way everybody else is at this point. Ah, the thrust. Right.
Blade of Nicola.
Still going through the game on your fist build? Oh yeah, the fist builds. Oh god. Oh god, the fist builds. Oh man, oof. Cutting your arm off despite the hand, yeah. I think the meteors, I gotta get her in a better position. I'm gonna get this. I really think I can. I'm gonna wait to summon the Mimic until she gets a little bit closer. And I believe it. Mario would definitely do it. Mario would definitely do it. I could see it. All right. Here's the strat. Freezing Mist first. We get around to this side. Oh, come on. Why the grab immediately, please? Oh. We're just facing the wrong way now. Not again. This RNG. Mimic just feeding. Please, let's see if I can get a parry. Probably jump attacks are off the board still.
I am Melania.
The mimics are so dumb. The grabs though are what are really like the kicker here for me. Like she never does the grab, like very rarely against me, but I'm keeping my distance, right? But I'm wondering if how often the grab happens, like especially against a mimic. Like the boss is like easy, easy. Do the grab, get the win. Let's try it. Let's try it again. I just like the shenanigans of it. We'll give it the shield instead. Maybe my clone will use the shield. Shield and the dagger. We'll use this as a setup. This is the best position we've had so far. Basically did nothing because the mimic is bad. I wonder if there's a better positioning situation for the meteors. I don't really understand how they hit. Oh. Well, Mimic, you got him back to full health. Get a backstab. It's like, it's a parry. Oh. If I put 2 shields in my hand when I summon the Mimic, would it just block? No, it would try attacking with the shields. 100% guarantee. It'll try just attacking with the shields and die. It's kind of impressive, actually. I've tested that out. To be perfectly honest with you, I've tried that. All right, here's the next idea. So I should have another one of these that was upgraded quite a ways up. It won't last very long, but let's get the marionette soldiers out for a bit. Yeah, blocking feeds as well. Probably worse, because then it's not dying faster. Let's get the marionettes out. These guys are the real legends. You'll see why. Look at how crazy she goes. Millennia is just a pin cushion. Oh, I love it. If I can deal with that, they might be the better choice. Oh my god, I love it. I actually adore the marionettes here. She is losing her mind. I'm gonna keep them out again. I think that was a funny thing. Just the porcupine boss. Let's try it again. I don't even have them up to +10. That's the funny part about this. Leave the lads alone, Millennia. Oh my gosh. I think this is kind of a theoretical thing. They're not feeding as bad as the Mimic. They're not as bad as the Mimic though, Nero. They're just literally forcing her to hop back and forth. My plan here is if I start watching for the health reduction and I start watching for the triggers of the that jump attack, I should be able to get distance in close enough. These guys back away though, which I like. And they start going forward, of course, but still. Gonna lose her minds. It's so good. Okay, we're gonna see our crazy attack soon. Should be happening right about now. We'll see. There it is. I like the hilarity of it, even though it's definitely not effective. I definitely can't do the freezing mist with the summons up. She's way too aggressive.
I am Melania. Blade.
They hit so soft, but it's nice. At least they don't get grabbed. I don't think they're worth using. Their damage output doesn't beat the healing from their attacks. They just hit so soft. Let's try this out. See if this works. Probably does. Probably works fine. I just don't know how much damage it'll do. Well, I need that. Hit the wrong button. Have us a rest. Get back in there. So not gonna do a summon this time. I'm gonna go back to doing my freezing and then thawing strat. But I also want to try to mix in a Regal Omen Bairn. I want to see what the damage is on it. Or how she reacts to it, if nothing else. What's the damage output? Well, that's garbage. I love it. Very aggressive. I wish my controller would stop forcing me to crouch constantly. That's honestly one of the most frustrating part about all of this. My controller is literally making me crouch like half the time. I mean to like do a rollback. It's super frustrating. Yeah, I couldn't get my shield out in time because I healed my drank the FP. So Zegan, you know back in the Dark Souls 1 days, about like, what was that, 8 or 9 years ago now? This is the same controller I've used this entire time. I'm still using the same one. That's why. That's actually why. I'm using like a 9 years of abuse ancient controller. You've gone through 4? I treat mine very well, thank you. You know, like on thumbsticks of like the Xbox controllers, how they're like, they have the little nubs and like mine's completely smooth. It's just like a smooth thumbstick. It's like flat. Doesn't even have the divot in the middle really anymore. So I need to be careful about getting hit there. Alright, it's coming up soon. I don't know exactly how soon, so let's tease it out with some glint blades. Ah, that move right there is difficult to dodge if I'm running away. Bad timing on that. Oh, come on. I put my shield down and then it does the one last pop. Of course it does. I'm not crazy, you're crazy, Zegan. I'm normal. And I'm, relatively speaking, not. I keep taking my shield down on that last tick. I really need to be careful about that. I think free aiming, it's easier than trying to keep locked on too, in a really dumb way. Bad timing. I have a really hard time like understanding what the what determines how aggressive she behaves. I've mentioned this a couple times now. One of the things that I'm looking for are like a series of inputs or a specific situation or parameter that's enabling her to behave a certain way, right? I'm looking at what am I doing? Where am I at? What is she doing? Where is she at? And I'm sort of extrapolating from the results of those things, out of those analysis, the observations, why sometimes she feels more aggressive than others. And I'm not 100% sure I have an answer at the moment for a lot of them. It just feels sort of arbitrary often. But I'm kind of getting a feel for it slowly as I play through. I'm actually getting a really good feel for the dodge timings too. Bad timing. Ah! I need to keep my shield up for that last tick of damage. That little delayed like pop at the end keeps getting me. It keeps getting me. Why am I being tricked by that so heavily? It's insane. I love it so much. I'll probably do this here for at least another little while. Actually, one of the things I'm mainly prioritizing right now is just learning her moveset and sort of understanding her as a fight. It's actually a really fun fight, I got to admit. This is actually a really fun one for me. That one move, the dance, is really hard to deal with, but I'm slowly kind of working it out. The necessary process. Get in here. Like sometimes what she does too, she's very aggressive, and so she'll do like a side hop instead of a forward attack on the flame burst, which is actually really interesting, I think. Because instead of actually taking the fire damage, she does dodge it sometimes. She could do the move anytime now, so I want to position her better and then go for a better dodge position. Okay, we're good. I'll dodge this one, I'll dodge that one. We're good. It's a necessary tax that I'm gonna have to pay to do this, but so be it.
I am Melania.
I'm not really sure. There doesn't seem to be a trigger after the first time. Okay, here's a theory. Here's my theory. My theory is that she'll do that move triggered a couple times during the fight based off of her percentage of HP. I have two theories for what that looks like. The first is that it just becomes unlocked at either a certain amount of time passes or her HP reaches 75 to 60%, somewhere in that range. After that, I don't think she has a cooldown on it that's explicit. I think it's parameter based. I think after she starts doing that, I think you have to stay close to her. Otherwise, she'll use it more often because I think that's her gap closer. She may still be passive, but I think if she's trying to perform a gap close, I think that's what she's gonna do. So I wonder how close I have to stay to her in order to prevent that from triggering more often than not. Because any opportunity she's using a different move is an opportunity she's not using that move. So I need to keep her entertained a little bit better. That's a really aggressive behavior on her right from the start on this one again. Oh, you guys can talk about the fight at this point. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, Otaku guy, I'm not far from it myself. I'll just be doing this a little bit longer tonight. Longer tonight myself as well. Because I've only fought the boss in the way I fought the boss, right? I'm not necessarily like performing some sort of in-depth analysis. I'm getting some like field experience, right? But if you guys want to talk about it as well, you're welcome to. Because what works for you isn't probably going to work for me, unfortunately. But it's interesting information-wise, right? Like, there's no hints at this point. I don't think there's anything you could tell me that this boss does that I wouldn't have already found out by now. Berserker with Mimics here. Took the right brand of move. Placement RNG. I could see that. That was one of my thoughts. When was that, just to ask? Was that recently or after the nerf?
Blade of Molecular.
Yeah, exactly. You can't take a hint on reaction time. When she swings her sword, dodge. After the nerf. By like a day. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, that was the next thing I was planning on doing. I think it's possible. The hardest thing for me is just going to be managing it. By a day. I got to use the Mimic pre-nerf, and I was so happy. It was so good. So I set up my Mimic with the Moonblade, right? I gave my Mimic the Moonblade, and it would just spam it. It would just spam Adula's Moonblade. It was so good. Like, so much damage. It was silly. I loved it so much. Let's try out the Mimic again. We'll get the Mimic involved, and we're gonna just try being aggressive now. Yeah, I rolled through that. So what? I know I'm cool. What of it? Oh, I got grabbed that time.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
The grab happened in the opposite direction of me. I thought I was safe, but no. No, I wasn't. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Dome. I've heard of people doing that where they would know about the fight and they'd go in with like barehanded and then they would equip their stuff in the fight and it's just trying to slap you down. Yeah, dead angle grabbed. Like what a silly thing. Yeah. Honestly, Otakuga, like I have to agree. I kind of liked that the Mimic was as good as it was. It felt fun. I'm sad they got rid of it. Honestly. I didn't think it really hurt the gameplay at all. I think it was good. I just want a spellcaster smart AI instead of just like aggressive melee AI. That's what I would like. Oh, I got grabbed again. Go, spin to win. You got this, Mimic. Spin to win. I would do the same thing if the host got grabbed. I really would. How much vigor do I have? Not a lot, honestly. I just have like 35. If I use the rune, I got 40. Look. This is where all of my stats are. Are you ready for this? This is where all of my stats are. It's all in intelligence. All of it. All of my stats are in intelligence. All of them. Very smart. Very smart. I agree. Let me grab my Dark Moon, actually. Maybe we'll open up with the Dark Moon. That'll be a cool opener. Then she takes more magic damage throughout the whole fight. That'll be sick. Let's do it. I forgot to re-equip this, honestly. I'm literally a Dark Moon mage, but I'm out here like using a greatsword with Ghost Flame on it. Like that's the most jank thing I could think of. I needed a second roll there. I thought I was fine on the first. Get that stagger in there. Put Millennia in the corner. Come on. Bare fist critical. Let's go. Got him. Well, time to get got. This isn't a win, unfortunately. Hyper aggressive this time.
Blade of Mikola.
I think it's interesting. I wonder if she has two different types of AI packages. like, or like general like guidelines that she follows. Because I feel like when I go in to fight her, sometimes she feels like a completely different boss. And then sometimes she feels like super passive. Sometimes she feels very aggressive. I don't feel like it's the same every time. Like, I literally feel like it's not just a matter of like, obviously RNG comes into play, but I feel like she's like weirdly inconsistent. She's like consistently inconsistently consistent. That's a weird one I never get to say very often. She's just weird. It's very, very odd. And I don't know why. That's on me. I thought it was gonna be on my mimic. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm noticing, Yan Yan. Like, that's sort of what I'm noticing. I feel like she kind of has a cooldown period where she wants to be aggro for a bit and then she'll settle back down. I definitely noticed that as well. But sometimes I'm seeing her do it right out of the gate. And that's sort of why it's a little bit interesting to me. Sometimes it feels like just right away she's just ready to go, you know? Oh, you know what we could do? We could go even crazier. I could go for a determination spell setup. Go really crazy. I don't know if they fixed that yet. See, like this time she's hyper aggressive right off the start. On the mimic? Yeah. Where'd my dagger go? There we go. I think I'll just rely on maybe glintstones for a while. He just heals so much off of that. Crazy. She catches you on the end of her third strike. If you panic roll immediately, because it's queued up usually, then she catches you on the end of your second roll on her fourth strike. That move is another tough one as well. I think I am kind of hitting a good point where I think I'm going to wrap up here for the evening and come back to this tomorrow. I feel like I've done enough. I have a good feeling for how she plays. I don't feel like she's going to be too challenging for us in the long run. I'm obviously trying to beat her in a weird way that's not just like normal. Worst case scenario, one of the things I might end up doing as well is I might respec my build a little bit for some more vigor. It is an option. But honestly, in this fight, not getting hit is better than getting hit at all. And I'm still going to get hit and like die in like 2 to 3 hits anyways, so it doesn't really change a lot. biggest thing that I'm curious about is if I can improve my damage output. And I'm not really sure how I want to approach doing that just yet. There's some ideas I have, but I'm not really sure what the best one is going to be. But I think for right now, I'm feeling pretty tired. It's good, like almost, what, 1 or 2 a.m. almost, so I'm going to go ahead and get some rest. And I hope you all do the same, or at the very least, if you're somewhere else in the world, I hope you have a good morning, or a good evening, or a good afternoon. But that's going to be it for me for today. So thank you very much for watching. If you're new here or haven't dropped in before, you can click the social links in the chat. That'll be there in a moment. Otherwise, follow on Twitch. Hope you guys have a good night. And do take care. Thanks for being here. It's a long one. It's a long one. Whew. Yeah, 6 hours. It's crazy. Crazy.